Good afternoon. It's 1:05, and we will now call the Budget Review Commission in order, April 7, 2025, and begin with a roll call.
Chair Smith.
Present.
Vice Chair Schweiker.
Present.
Commissioner Carla.
Here.
Commissioner Newman.
Here.
Commissioner Ransko.
Here.
Commissioner Seitz.
Here.
Commissioner Stevens.
Here.
Thank you. All present and accounted for. At this point, we do remind the audience that anyone that would like to speak and give us their thoughts can do so by filling out a blue card over there at the table to my right or left. And since I have no cards, we'll scoot by that part of the program, but in any future meeting, if you wish to do so, that's the process. The first agenda item for us this morning is the review and approval and discussion of the minutes of March 21, 2025. And I see I have a comment from Commissioner Carla, so proceed.
Thank you. The first item is on page 1 under public comment. It says Mr. John Zekias of the McDowell-Sonoran Conservancy, and you need to add representing over 600 preserve stewards as introduced by the chair. The second items are on page 3. The end of the first paragraph that starts with Mr. Rose explained, failure to include the expected out-year costs is an incomplete sentence. I don't know what goes there, but maybe if staff can find what makes that a full sentence, that would be great. And then the third paragraph down, though he would need to verify the city's approved budget of $48.4 million was based on, well, was based on what? So again, that's an incomplete sentence, please. And I don't know what goes there. And then the final is on page 5. Second paragraph, first sentence. Commissioner Carla stated that the Prop 420, the 2018 measure, authors have publicly explained that they included a section specifically to allow for things like the land bridge. That was the complete explanation there. And then the second sentence, but the widening project apparently is not a high priority for the transportation department. Is more accurate. Thank you.
Commissioner Stevens.
With respect to Commissioner Carla's comment on page 3, I'm just guessing that it says the approved budget of $48.4 million was based on something like the city of Scottsdale portion. I think that's what that was, but like you said, let them just see what it says and not, because we don't have to pay $1 to $3 billion. I have two other items. One is on page 8, the third line from the bottom. It has the word respected, and that needs to be respective. So that just needs to be respective. And then the other thing, I guess if I can get, I wish I understood better the purpose of the minutes, because some of these things are really kind of not really particularly communicative, but you also don't want to make them longer than the 9 pages you have. My comment on the page 6, the first full paragraph, it just says Commissioner Stevens asked about BK06, which you don't know what it is. It's the cactus pool. And they just said, he said it was early in the design process. I went back and listened to the 158 mark of the tape, and my points there actually were it was supposed to be started and finished in the next year, which seemed unlikely, and he also indicated that it wasn't even started yet. And I noticed that since then in the revised book, it's been pushed out at least 1 year. So I guess, I don't know if staff can educate me a little bit about to what degree do we want minutes to include key items, or is this just totally subjective, or do you just want to keep them as skinny as possible? Because I would have preferred that that said the question was about the type of contract being used, and that the response was that funds haven't been spent yet, and that I cautioned the staff that this could be a problematic one in the future. Is there any guidance that you can give me, or should I just propose alternative verbiage?
Commissioner Stevens, the minutes are there to give a summary of what occurred at the meeting, and if you think that the summary on the proposed minutes is unclear, then you can certainly propose an amendment to what you have in the packet in front of you.
Okay, let's just do this. I propose that we insert a sentence in the third sentence before it starts, Vice Chair Schweiker, because that's the only part I care the most about. And I propose that the addition be, Commissioner Stevens further added that this project sounds like one that could be problematic in the future, and encourage the staff to do what they believe is needed in developing estimates for the cost and timing of the project.
To council, let me ask the question, is this in the form of a motion that we have to vote on?
Yes, you can certainly have an all-encompassing motion to approve the minutes as amended by Commissioner Carla and Commissioner Stevens.
I think that's the more common way we do it, but it will incorporate your thoughts, Commissioner Stevens. Commissioner Newman.
A little bit detailed here, but on the first paragraph at the last sentence, it implies that I support the wildlife bridge, which we're not there yet. We're having a thoughtful discussion on that, but I would, maybe that word instead of support should be engagement of this item, at least for myself. Carla, maybe different.
Let me ask you, Commissioner Newman, where are you, what section of this report are you referring to?
First page, first paragraph, public comment, last sentence.
And your restatement of that would be what?
The fourth word from the end of the last sentence. Change from support to engagement.
I understand.
Engagement on, engagement regarding.
Yeah.
Do I have any other comments on the minutes before we approve them or not approve? I will then entertain a motion to adopt the minutes as modified by the three speakers who addressed it.
5 million.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Seitz seconds the motion. And now do your yes, no, and maybe button to approve the minutes of March 21 as amended. Item 2 is to have a review of the proposed 2025/26 budget. And Sonia, I think, has a variety of slides and presentation to give us at this time. And by the way, I think we'll have questions only at those points where she has inserted a discussion or questions slide in the presentation. Otherwise, let her zip through this and we'll circle back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I am very pleased to present the fiscal year 25-26 proposed budget to the Commission. Before I start, I would really like to recognize the budget staff, especially Scott and Analia and all the budget staff who's put a tremendous amount of work into this, and also all the departments who have worked with us for the last 6 months to put this proposed budget together. Thank you. Next slide. Our fiscal year 25-26 proposed budget is $2.207 billion, consisting of $885.5 million operating budget, $952 million capital improvements, and $370.4 million in contingencies and reserves. Next slide. The proposed budget is a 3.8% decrease from the current year budget of $2.29 billion. So you can see the numbers that are in the box. That's our proposed budget, and the number in the column to the right is the change from the existing adopted budget. As you can see, our operating budget current year is $761.7 million. It is a 16.3% increase, consisting primarily of $50 million that we have proposed in the budget for additional PSPRS pension paydown. That is a one-time operating expense. We also moved about $12.5 million of costs from capital to operating, primarily the project management department was originally accounted for in our capital funds. We have moved that department into our operating funds. We have also moved, there was police and fire equipment and radios that we used to account for in our capital budget. We have moved all of those into the operating budget. So the $12.5 million represents that transfer. So it's not an increase per se from a total city standpoint, it's a transfer from the capital budget to the operating budget. The capital operating budget increases related to actual budget increases is the first line that you see there. The comparison, more apples to apples, would be the $761.7 million this year compared to the $823 million next year. I have a slide after this one that will go through the details of that. So let me finish up with this slide first. Capital improvements is going down from the 1.68 billion to 952 million. Again, the reclass of expenditures up to the operating, and also reducing some of the capital budget. And our reserves and contingencies going down by 20% from 464.7 to 370.4 million. Again, I will have a slide detailing the change in that as well. Next slide. So the operating budget going from 761.7 million to 823 million. Most of that is in the new full-time equivalents that's included in the budget, 98.16 new FTEs, and each department will speak to that as well when we hear from each of the department budgets. Also, you should have your binder with the entire proposed budget provided to you, and there is a detailed listing of all the full-time equivalents by department division in that budget packet as well. Salary adjustments of $12.5 million, that includes our market and merit adjustments. Non-personnel, there is the new 0.15 park and preserve tax expenses of $7.9 million. For fleet acquisitions, we had about $11.9 million of vehicle acquisitions that we anticipated this year. Because of the long vehicle acquisition lead times, we have to carry forward those budget to next year because those acquisitions could not be completed this year. We have a decrease in debt service. This year, we finished paying off the preserve debt that is supported by the 0.2 preserve tax as that tax sunsets. And so next year, that debt service comes off the books. We also have some increase in tourism expenses and increase in insurance costs, and a lot of miscellaneous other increases across all departments. And that is basically the change from our $761.7 million operating budget to the $823 million, and then we add the 12.5 transfer from capital as we spoke earlier, and also the $50 million one-time PSPRS payment to make make up the $885.5 million operating budget this year. Next slide. Our budget is a balanced budget, meaning that our resources equal our expenditures plus our ending fund balance. We begin this year's resources with $1.39 billion. We project revenues of $1.195 billion. So our total sources is $2.588 billion. Our operating and capital budget, which we just talked about, is $1.8 billion, leaving us with an ending fund balance of $751 million. Next slide. So the change from the $1.39 billion of fund balance to the $751 million of fund balance is broken out by fund, as shown on the slide. With the general fund, we anticipate a drawdown of $79.7 million, and that drawdown is due to the $50 million of one-time PSPRS payment and also $33 million of transfers of general fund balance to provide for capital improvements. So $33 million transferring to our capital improvement funds for capital projects. For the CIP funds, that is the largest drawdown in terms of fund balance. That is mostly because of delays or projects that haven't been started yet that were budgeted for in the current year, and we will be carrying over or carrying forward that fund balance to be used in the new fiscal year. And enterprise funds, there's some drawdown of fund balance as well, primarily for capital improvements. The fleet fund, as I mentioned, the $21.2 million in beginning fund balance is because of the long vehicle lead times, and so we were not able to spend the $12 million that we anticipated to spend in this fiscal year, or we won't be able to, so we will carry that forward to be used next fiscal year. And so that makes up the change in that fund balance. Next slide. So I wanted to talk about the revenue outlook and economic and revenue outlook and how we projected the revenues that we projected for our fiscal year 25-26. Next slide. So on the positive side, the city's population continues to grow. We anticipate our annual population growth to be about 1.4%. Next slide. Our employment is very strong. Our 2024 unemployment rate was 2.7%, better than the state average. Our economy is still very healthy in terms of our wealth levels remaining very strong. Median household income continues to grow and is higher than the state, county, and national averages. Next slide. This highlights some new developments and buildings that will continue to help the economic development in our community. Some examples of developments going on: the Mac Innovation Park, the ASM Semiconductor Headquarters, the Banner Health Medical Campus, and the park. Next slide. Our tourism industry remains thriving with our signature events, and we have more than 11 million visitors a year. So all this good news should point to robust revenues for us. We also have a diverse economy. Next slide. So this diverse economy shows us that our sales tax collections and our tax collections come from a diverse source. It's not concentrated in one or two sources. Next slide. And so despite all that strength in our economy, we do have a decreasing GDP growth in the region. This is the latest Bureau of Economic Analysis release for the GDP in the Phoenix Metropolitan Statistical Area. It shows that the 2023 GDP growth is 2.9%, coming down from a high of 8.9% in the pandemic. The 2024 real GDP for the nation and Arizona grew at 2.8% and 2.7% respectively. The Phoenix MSA is likely to be the same as well. So despite our strong economy with population growth, the diverse industries that we have, the thriving tourism that we have, we're also looking at reduced GDP growth for the region and for the state. Next slide. And as you all know, this recent week we've had some significant shocks to the stock market with the what's going on nationally. But even before that, in February, the consumer confidence has been trending downwards, and also the leading economic indicators have also shown some decreasing trend for a third consecutive month in February. So putting that all together, next slide. When we put our revenue projections together, we considered all of that. We considered our strong, diverse economy, our thriving tourism, but we also considered the slowing GDP growth, the declining consumer confidence, and an economic uncertainty that's out there. So we factored all that into our revenue projections. We also want to highlight these changes to our revenues. The sales tax rate will be decreasing from 1.75% to 1.7% in fiscal year 25-26, mainly because of the sunset of the 0.2% preserve tax and the new 0.15% park and preserve tax that will be effective July 1 of 2025. We also factored in the loss of residential rental sales tax revenues effective January 1. So this year we saw half a year of that loss, and next year will be a full year of that loss. So the residential rental loss is a $16 million loss, revenue loss to the city. So half of that was realized this year, and the whole $16 million will be in next year. Then we also have state shared reduction from the implementation of the flat tax. The implementation of the flat tax was effective in January of 2023. That means it impacted the state in fiscal year 23-24, and we have a 2-year lag. So whatever the state collects 2 years ago is what we're collecting now. So the state distributed its income tax receipts to us 2 years after they collect it. So the impact of the flat tax will hit us in 25-26. So you'll see that reduction as well. That reduction in our projections is about $6 million, because that reduction would have been higher if it's not for the strong wage growth and strong labor market. We also factored in the rate and fee increases in our budget. The rate and fee increases were presented to council in March and will be approved by council in May. The larger increases to note are the water rate increases of 4.5%, which is expected to generate revenues of $7.7 million. The sewer rate increase of 6%, which is expected to generate revenues of $4.8 million. Solid waste for residential is 5%, and that's expected to generate $1.7 million. Next slide. So with all of that, this is what our local sales tax revenue trend looked like. This is the 1.7% sales tax rate that we charge. As you can see, I'm sorry, it's kind of small on the slide. As you can see, we anticipate to collect $309 million of sales tax revenues this fiscal year, and we anticipate that will drop to $292.8 million for all the reasons that I just went through. Next slide. In this slide, you've already seen, it shows where our sales tax rate is compared to all the other cities in the valley. We have one of the lowest sales tax rates. Next slide. And this slide shows the state shared income tax and sales tax, the blue being the state shared income tax and the orange being the state shared sales tax. So as you can see, for the income tax, we anticipate collecting $51.8 million this fiscal year, and because of the flat tax, it will drop to $46 million next year. And with the orange bars, that is the state shared sales tax, and those are based on the projections from the state. Next slide. And our other largest source of tax is our primary property tax for operations. And as you can see, our property tax levy is expected to grow from 39.6 million to 40.3 million. Next slide. And this just shows our combined property tax rates with the primary property tax rates at the bottom, and the top bars showing the secondary property tax rates, which are used to pay for voter-approved bond programs. And because of the increasing values, increasing not just full cash value or market value, but increasing assessed value, our rate continues to decrease. And I will pause here for any questions so far.
Commissioner Carla.
Yes, thank you so much. It's good to see that it's down 3.8%. First, I have a couple of technical things in the budget you gave us. In the table of contents, you refer to the McDowell Mountain Preserve, for sections B8 and B9. That is the McDowell Sonoran Preserve, please, to be correct. And then the second thing is, on page B16, I appreciate you changing the date about the 2004 preserve tax sunsetting. However, the sentence is still incorrect. It says, will sunset June 2027. That should more accurately be could sunset 2027. It's a voter-approved tax. Staff does not have the authority to sunset it. As a matter of fact, the sitting council at the time we enacted it said that, the city attorney, said that council doesn't have the right to sunset it, that they can refer it to the voters. But because it's a voter-enacted tax, the voters have to amend it. So if you are referring to the debt service will sunset, then if you could clarify that, please, because staff and council cannot sunset it. That has to have a community discussion and go to the voters.
Carla, if I can interrupt you.
Appreciate that.
Can I interrupt you for a minute and let's ask council here, are we kind of off the agenda here?
But she
the
said
public-
twice in her presentation that it sunsets.
If I can finish.
Okay.
The slides that we were shown, the documents that we're discussing is for the 25-26 budget. Should we be going into footnotes and out actions on the that may be in the full budget that goes for the 5-year adoption period, or do you have an opinion to guide us on that?
Chair Smith, I do think it's appropriate for these types of comments, but certainly we're going to be providing additional information to council, but these types of notes as the budget is presented, certainly staff can look at that and make a decision about that as it moves forward.
I appreciate that because it is in the budget that has gone out to the public and it is inaccurate statements. So that's why I bring it up, and I appreciate that it is appropriate.
And Commissioner Carla, my only advice would be if you're going to talk from a document that has not yet been presented for our discussion here, just annotate what you're referring to.
Okay, I understand that. I thought this was a public document as of Friday.
I think staff can correct me, I think it has been posted, but it has not been presented to council, and it's not, it's the posted budget on the website. It just didn't happen to be what we were presented with here today to discuss, but
Shame on
keep
me.
going.
So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Commissioner Carla, this proposed budget has been provided to the City Council and the Budget Review Commission and is also posted online. And we will make those changes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for catching that.
Commissioner Carla, did you have other items? Commissioner Stevens.
Yes, a couple of things. With respect to slide 3, can we put slide 3 up there again, please? This is for the benefit of my other fellow commissioners on this. On slide 3, just want to call to your attention, it does show that there's a 3.8% decrease in the budget, but understand that that's largely made up of capital and reserve items going down. A lot of people sometimes just focus on the operating line as the nut line that's pretty important for how you manage a city. I do agree with the discrete items being pulled out, and thank you for breaking those out. But I just want to highlight that 8% is the increase in the operating budget, which is about $62 million. Through January, I believe the general fund was running favorable by $12 million, so you actually had a head start. So operating expenses right now are going to go up by about $74 million beyond what we're tracking at right now. Now, we're going to hear good reasons for why they are. I just wanted to make sure everyone kind of just was aware of that. And then can you go to slide 6 for me? Slide 6, I thank you for putting this slide together. This slide, again, to my fellow commissioners, this to me was very important because what fund balance is the accumulated summary of past excesses that you've developed that you can then use to a certain degree for future purposes. We've been told, treasurer's told us that certain amounts need to be there for bond rating purposes, et cetera. But what I just want to call to your attention here is the general fund reserves you have some flexibility on those. Those did go down by about $80 million in this current budget. 50 of that is advanced funding of the police pension, and the other part's capital. So that's kind of, at least you understood. And then CIP can really vary significantly because we underspent this fiscal year. We're thinking we might catch up next year, and that's why that's there. I just think this is an important slide because we're going from 1.4 billion down to 751 million in overall fund balance reserves, which is all the stuff that you have for different rainy days. So I just want to call that to your attention because I'm still not sure what our charge is as a commission. I've heard things about certain reductions being desired by some of our elected officials, and I'm still not sure exactly what our charge is, so I just want to highlight that as we go into the discussions of the various departments. And then also I want to share the revenue numbers. I didn't really have any questions on. Treasurer's providing me some information how they do that, and a lot of those numbers are pretty firm because of the way the mechanics work of state sharing and some of the property tax numbers, and the others are tough estimates, but I do take my hat off to city personnel because in looking at the last couple of years' budgets, they do a pretty darn good job of being appropriately conservative in coming up with their estimates. So I personally don't have any discomfort in general with the revenue numbers to the extent we have knowledge. I feel like I'm drinking from a fire hose on this commission, though, so thank you.
Thank you. I will add to your comments, I think on page 5, I mean, when it's talking about projected revenues of $1.2 billion and projected operating and capital budget of $1.8 billion, this is only possible by drawing down beginning fund balances. It is on an ongoing basis. That kind of a distortion between revenues and spending is not a sustainable budget. And you'll hear that word sustainable probably from myself and fellow commissioners as we march through several parts of this budget, but we want to be sure that we are ultimately recommending to the council something that is a sustainable budget on a long-term basis and is not a liquidation of prior year resources. That was a comment, not a question. The question, though, that I have, I'm going to refer to page 4, this is talking about the increases in the operating budget. In a particular line 2, the salary adjustments fully loaded. Is that for only the new people that we're talking about hiring here, or is that overall in the entire city salary adjustments?
That is the entire city.
And so what gives rise to that $12.5 million? Is that this, I forget what name we have for it, the comp and, there's some kind of a citywide survey, there, countywide survey that we periodically do, and it has a name for it when we go around and check with the other cities to see what they pay for a receptionist or whatever.
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to assist there. Good afternoon to you. So I believe you are referencing the class and compensation analysis that was completed about a year ago. So that's what you're thinking of. This includes compensation increases as referenced. So we have merit, what we call merit, and then market adjustments. Also, there's some first responder dollars in there, and then also as part of a new initiative that we can get into greater detail if needed. I'd call it experience pay is a working title that we have when we have staff members that are topped out. So including some type of compensation in that regard. That includes the total of the salary adjustments, general categorization.
And I think I was having a bit of difficulty figuring out how much in our total budget was attributable to existing personnel versus new personnel, both in terms of the fully loaded cost, and sometimes the insurance is shown separately, and maybe that's also a fully loaded cost for personnel. I think bottom line, and maybe I'm just missing it here, if you could direct me to where we talk about what was the existing body of personnel in this budget year going to cost, and what will that same body of personnel cost in the following year, leaving aside increases that may be justified for one reason or another in personnel and FTEs. But I'm really curious to know, with the existing body of FTEs, how much more will that cost us next year in terms of salary increases, cost of living adjustments, class and comp studies, increases in insurance, whatever goes into the equation? Is that number here somewhere and I'm missing it?
I have a slide in my operating expense section that will cover that.
You're saying it will be coming. Okay, well, I'll wait till then. Commissioner Stevens.
Just one more thing for city staff to look at. I'm trying to get my head around everything, and I believe you believe structural balance is extremely important, and I think you strive to achieve that. And as I'm getting these numbers together, I notice revenue is somewhat flat, but expenses are going way up. I think that part of that's because you had a lot of surplus in last year that was to be used for construction projects, but maybe something to think about at a future meeting would just be a quick slide that would show us how, even though your expenses are going up by the 60 million plus the 50 or whatever, that you still are only doing drawdowns in such a fashion, therefore one-time expenses, so your balance is in fact, your budget is in fact structurally balanced, which I think it is.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Stevens. You can see that in the 5-year plans that are included in the proposed budget. If you look at each fund, the 5-year plans will show you whether each fund is structurally balanced. So, for example, the general fund, if you have your proposed budget binders with you, that would be on page B13, B as in boy, 13.
That's where I'm at.
Yep. So you can see the very bottom line. This is the general fund. The line in blue is our sources over uses. It shows that our revenues over our expenditures. This year, as you can see, we're drawing down the $79 million because of the $50 million in PSPRS payment and the $33 million transfers out. Next year, we're going to end the year in the positive 5.8 million, and then it goes negative 9 million and 4 million, and it goes positive again. So the 9 million in 27-28 is because there's an extra pay period for that year, and the additional in 29-28 is because we have some balloon payments on debt, and those debt will be paid off, and that way it will go back to positive in fiscal year 29-30. So in a 5-year planning horizon, we're structurally balanced.
Okay, thank you.
I'll ask one last question before we leave this and go on to something meatier. On page 19, you have portrayed, I think, something we discussed in an earlier meeting, and that is the actual property tax collections against the primary property tax assessment. And the note is made that the levy growth is limited to 2% plus new construction by state law. I noticed that between last year and the projection, you're going up 1.3, or you're going up 0.6, 0.7. Do the math right. You're going up $700,000 in expected primary property tax levy, which is only, it's not even 2%. Can you share with us what your thinking was and why it would not be going up? Historically, it goes up about 5%, the combination of 2% allowed and then all the new construction that comes in. So I'm wondering why it's conservatively forecast here.
I'll have to get back to you on that. And let me pull up the calculation for that. But basically, the 2% limits our levy and rate, and we also have a tort claim assessment as well, and the tort claim assessment may have changed. So it may be that the tort assessment is higher last year and the tort assessment is lower this year. So that may be the difference. But if you give me a minute, I can pull that up.
Why don't we let you go on to the next section in the interest of time?
So we will now look at the operating expenses at a high level for the total city. So what this slide shows you is a breakdown of the operating budget by category, by personnel, contractual services, debt service, commodities, and capital outlay. So as you can see, the comparison of this current year adopted budget for personnel, the 2,700 personnel or FTEs that we have, and all the costs associated, the fully loaded costs associated. We have a budget of $346 million this year, and we are proposing a budget of $367.8 million. That is a $21.8 million increase and a 6.3% increase, and that includes the 98.16 new FTEs. And then all the fringe and all that included in it. Plus the salary adjustments for merit market and compensation study. Then again, we talked about the items that we moved from capital and then also the PSPRS payment. And then the contractual services is increasing by about $23 million from this year's budget to next year's budget. That's an 11.5% increase. Primarily, that is made up of quite a few things. 6.7 million would be new contracts under the new 0.15 park and preserve tax for park maintenance and also preserve maintenance. There's also 4.15 million in our human resources department for various contracts for employee programs, including an on-site employee clinic. There is 3.7 million increase in our fire department related to the ambulance, warehouse lease, staff training, and various other contract increases. 3.1 million increase in our police department for the drone program, security, contracts, software, licenses, fleet costs. There's also 3 million increase in tourism. For IT, there's also a couple million increase in AI and cloud services and other software licenses. So that 23 million increase in contractual services really spans across all departments throughout the city. Debt service, as we spoke about earlier, the decrease is because we will pay off the tax related to the .2 preserve tax that sunsets this year, at the end of this year. And so that's why the debt service is lower. And for the commodities, the 8 million increase, that's also ambulance related and various other materials and commodities in various departments. Our purchase of water from the Central Arizona project is also going up by about 2.4 million for under commodities. And in capital outlay, the 18.8 million, as we spoke about earlier, the largest piece of that is the 11.9 million for the fleet acquisition, because we budgeted for it this year and we won't be able to complete those purchases this year, so that budget is carried forward to next year and added to the proposed budget for next year. Let's see. Okay. Next slide. And the salary adjustments that we spoke about earlier, the 3% merit, 2% market, and an additional amount for compensation study adjustments is primarily because the city is facing significant wage inflation pressures since the pandemic. And this chart basically shows the blue line is local government, the red line is private industry. We've been sort of behind private industry, and as you can see from 2020 forward, there's significant increase in wages and salaries in both the private industry and state and local governments. This shows the 12-month % increase year after year, and as you can see, it's starting to come back down. But we're still, we used to be, for the longest time, about 2%, more or less 2% in terms of market adjustment. And now over the last few years, we're looking at 4 to 5% in terms of market adjustments to keep up with the market. Next slide. With the 98.16 total new FTEs, 44 of that is with fire, 22 for police, 9 for the Parks and Rec department with the new Prop 490 tax, 7.25 FTEs for our transportation and infrastructure department, and the remainder is throughout the city. So as you can see, that brings us up to 2797 total FTEs. The 98.16 FTEs, there are some reclasses and elimination of existing positions, and that's why the amount is 2,797 as a total FTE for this 25-26 fiscal year. Next slide. And from an FTE per 1,000 resident, it's 11.2. That's a slight increase from 11.1 this fiscal year. And next slide. And also then kind of talking a little bit more about the $50 million pay down for the police pension unfunded liability. What is included in the budget is, and this chart shows that if we didn't make the pay down, we would retain or maintain the contribution rate at 52.55%, and the total cost over the 5-year period would be $90.3 million in terms of pension costs for Tier 1, Tier 2 police employees. The $50 million included in the budget allows us to lower the rate to 40.25%, and that we have factored that savings of $21.2 million in our budget, so the total cost over the 5 years that's included in our budget right now is $69.1 million. And the $100 million was just to show you what that would be like if we tried to pay off most of the unfunded liability. The unfunded liability currently at the end of June 30 of 2024 is $144 million. Okay, next slide. And this slide just shows you that we anticipate with that 50 million pay down, we would be able to raise the police PSPRS funded status to 80%. The blue line shows the funded status for the police department, and the red line shows the funded status for the fire pension plan, which is at 84% currently. And next slide. So moving on to capital expenditures, I won't spend a lot of time on this since the commission reviewed our capital budget in detail in March, but I just wanted to share with you the changes. In March, when we presented the preliminary capital budget to the commission, it was about $1 billion. It was about $1 billion, and we have made some small changes to it, and now the proposed capital budget is $978.5 million. The largest change was the $31 million, which was for the Cactus Pool project. We moved it away from fiscal year 25-26 into fiscal year 26-27 to allow more assessment and study of that project. The other change also was in our transportation. We increased the transportation budget by $2 million for Old Town concrete improvements. We also increased the transportation capital budget by another $1 million for the pavement overlay, street overlay program. And on top of that, we also moved $14 million from a Thomas Road project into the overlay. So in total, we increased the street overlay budget by $15 million. So now the street overlay budget is $43 million, based on conversations we've had with the commission and what we feel are recommendations from the commission. Next slide. So in total, our proposed 25-26 capital budget shows a carry forward of $536.1 million. Again, these are projects that are either delayed or have not been completed or did not start. So we originally, for this fiscal year, budgeted $1.091 billion, and we're going to carry forward $536.1 million. We're adding an additional $442.4 million, and for a total proposed budget of $978.5 million. I'm going to actually stop here and see if you have any questions on the expenditures before I move on to the debt section.
Commissioner Carla.
Yes. First, I want to say it's great to see that $50 million pay down in the PSPRS. I think that's really important. Second question is, in the transportation, the money you're spending, is the money for 68th Street improvements still in there?
Hang on. Yes, it is. It is in there. Yes, it is. The construction of it is like almost $3 million.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you. And then the second question is, the FTEs per 1,000 residents. Just curious, how does that compare to other valley cities? Do you know?
I do not have. We have that comparison, but I don't have it in front of me, so we can provide that to the commission.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Stevens.
Okay. Can we go back to slide 27? I just want to call out a thought to some of my fellow commissioners. God help me, I actually got the actuarial reports and went through them and took a look at some of the components of what's in there. And what was interesting is when you look at this particular chart, as I understand it right, by making the $50 million payment this year, we're going to say there's already about $4 or $5 million in the budget that's been reduced. So if you did not make that $50 million payment, payroll costs would go up by about $5 million. Conversely, if you made another $50 million payment back to 100, and there was 125 in there at one time, it would actually take another $4 million or so out of the budget from an expense standpoint. And the reason I mention this is I was probably initially in the camp of why pay any more than you have to when there's no reason to fund it, because most people don't do that. But the interesting thing that I might want to see if the city wants to look into is assume we have $100 million in reserves, and we as a group have talked about, hey, maybe we ought to be using that money to fix roads instead of paying down a pension. The interesting thing that we might want to look at is the city can borrow money, not that I'm a big fan of debt, at 3 or 4%. You might be able to say, geez, I wonder if I should borrow money at 3 or 4% to do the road things I need to do instead of using the reserves that I have. And then if I use more of the reserves to pay down the pension obligation, I would then pick up another 4 or 5 million a year in payroll savings, okay? So this is something I don't fully have my head around. And so one of the things we may want to talk about offline is, should we do a pro forma that would say, what would the budget look like if we paid off an extra 50, what would the savings be from a payroll expense standpoint? What would the cost be? Like some interest income would go away, but interest income goes to fund capital projects, so that might not hurt the operating budget. So it would just be, it's an interesting thought that I wasn't on board with as far as prepaying the pension, but now when I see how dramatically it can reduce the rate, see that rate goes all the way down to 28%, and that's right out of page 6 or something of the actuarial report. So whenever we're allowed to talk freely, which I don't think we ever are, it might be worth us all discussing, when should we use debt for something possibly, and should we even pay down the pension a little bit more? So that's just an observation. And I guess for city staff, it might be worth doing a pro forma to say, what would the budget look like? What changes if I did an extra 50? Since you do have a window of extra reserves right now, possibly. Thank you.
Commissioner Newman, are you going to talk to that point or something else? Let me stay with the pensions for just a moment. And still with this slide 27, what did you say is the current unfunded liability that we're chasing here with a $50 million payment? What is the current out?
It's 144 million, but after today's, this week's stock market, it's probably higher.
Well, yeah, I mean, and by tomorrow it may be higher or lower, we don't know which, but I think to the point of using this $50 million to pay down the pension liability, I don't, and this is maybe just my personal interpretation, but I don't view this as necessarily an obligation of the police department or the fire department. I know that the manner in which we pay that liability is denominated as a percent of the police or the fire payroll, but it's, in my judgment, it's long-term debt, very much like other long-term debt, municipal property corporation bonds, GO bonds, or anything else. And so to pay down this liability, I would simply observe if we paid $50 million toward prepaying any piece of debt we have, we would see what you call an operating cost savings in the future. Or in layman's terms, if I simply pay off half of the mortgage on my house, I'll probably save money every year on my household budget. That doesn't argue in my mind that that's the best thing to do with the money. And I think Commissioner Stevens referred to alternative uses that we might have for the $50 million. I mean, if we invest the $50 million in some extraordinary cost-saving venture for the city that reduces the cost of picking up trash or making fire calls or whatever, maybe that too would have a return on investment. So I continue to be troubled that we refer to an objective of bringing the debt down to 80% funded or bringing the cost denominated in police and fire payroll down to some lower number. To me, it's a much simpler matter. We've got $50 million and we want to pay down some debt earlier than required. And I think what I'm not seeing here and have not seen yet is the economic justification that this is the best single thing to do with that $50 million, given the needs of the city in every respect. So I'll just go on record as saying I'm still awaiting the justification for that expenditure.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. You're absolutely right. It is not the most important thing. The commission
You
and
can
the
just stop it,
council
you're absolutely right.
The commission and council can certainly suggest other alternatives for the 50 million. I do have to point out that if we don't bring the pension rate down, then the general fund is not structurally balanced. So we will be having to look for cuts. As you go back to page B13, as we talked about, this, the general fund is structurally balanced currently in the 5-year planning horizon because we are proposing these annual savings. And so if we use the 50 million for something else like street overlay or some other capital project, because they're one-time monies, so they do need to be used for one-time needs, we will have to put 4 to 5 million of costs back into the budget, and we will be not structurally balanced unless we cut 4 to 5 million somewhere. So that is part of the reason. So absolutely, you can, there's no argument that the 50 million has to be paid for a pension, but the balance is if we use the 50 million for some other purpose, which is absolutely possible or allowed, then we would have to find 4 million of cuts in the 4 to 5 million of cuts in the budget to offset to be financially sustainable.
Yeah, I'm aware of that, but I'm assuming that you'll figure out something productive to do with the $50 million. I mean, I'm not suggesting you just throw it away on an expenditure that has no other return to it, but this is promising a return just because you're avoiding future debt repayment schedules. And what that saves you, I'm just suggesting that it is appropriate to look at alternative uses for this $50 million. And I will tell you frankly, I'm not persuaded with the alarmist kinds of numbers of what this amounts to as a percentage of the police salaries. I don't really consider it a police or fire obligation. It is any more than I consider the obligation for the regular Arizona Public Service an obligation of all the other employees. It is an obligation of the city. It's because of commitments that we've made to provide pensions at a certain level, and I'm just not yet seeing the sense of prepaying that.
We're happy to put together pro forma, as Commissioner Stevens suggested. The pension debt is costing us 7.2%, and if we look at what Commissioner Stevens recommended, potentially if we want to issue debt for street construction overlay, we can issue that at 3 to 4% tax exempt. So, there's a cheaper way to incur debt for the city as opposed to pension debt. So we can certainly look at some pro forma and some calculation of cost benefit to doing this.
We probably beat this to death, but I will make one other comment since you brought in the market performance of where we are today and where the Dow and the S&P may go tomorrow and whatever. This debt, unlike other debt, is a fluctuating number. It includes the actuarial science of expected return on investment, expected retirements, age of retirees, a whole host of actuarial assumptions. And I think to presume that we can beat the system, pay down $50 million and save X dollars going forward I just think it's a subject that needs to be explored further by those who are expert actuaries in such matters, and let me leave it at that. Commissioner Newman.
Thank you. Slide 31, please. Okay, so I spent an exciting weekend reviewing the capital budget history of Scottsdale on the website, and I'm trying to find out a little bit more about the $536 million carry forward, because if you go back in history, we run a carry forward that's about twice as much as the requests, and almost 3 times as much as the actual spend. If you go far enough back, the audits show what was actually spent. I mean, spending was in the $150, $200 million range. So we've got this huge capital budget, nearly $1 billion, of which, I'll be generous, $200 to $300 million are going to actually be spent. It's puzzling to me why there's this big bump in the rug that moves forward. And so my question to staff is what do we believe are the root causes of that? Because it makes it really hard to really accurately manage closely a budget, and trying to understand that. And it seems to me it also ties up a lot of capital, because you've collected the money in a lot of cases. It's in a budget collecting interest somewhere, which is not bad, but it also ties up a lot of capital. So our actual capital budget is in the 300 million range, not $1 billion. And that means 700 million is tied up somewhere that could be released and used, or those projects get completed and the city benefits from those. So I'd like to understand what the root causes are of that. And I don't know that there'll be an answer here in that, but it's a burning question I have after my exciting weekend.
Commissioner Stevens, you have another comment.
Yes, I just wanted to, in wrapping up the pension things, FYI, don't get freaked out about the current losses right now. A lot of losses turn off by the end of the year, and the way the actuary does it, there's a 7-year spread. And so right now, it's like on page 15 of the actuarial report, the actual assets are higher than the valuation assets that are assigned. So it does kind of tend to smooth out over time. And then the other thing I wanted to say was I just want to make sure I understand the thought right for your pro forma you're going to do. If I understand this right, if you take $50 million and pay down the pension, you do save the 7.2% of that a year in less contribution to the pension plan. So that's like 7% of the 50 million, that's the 3-4 million. And then what you lose is the interest income you were earning, which I don't know what that is, 2-3% or whatever, but the interest income you're losing is money that's used to fund capital projects. So you might lose a couple $1 million worth of budget funds to go to capital, but then you pick up 4 million or so in reduced payroll costs. And if that's the case, then and to also honor Commissioner Chairman Smith's comment, maybe the thing to do, we just need to say we can do 50 million pay down and 2 million to capital goes away, 4 million of payroll expense, and for every 50 million you do, it would then multiply itself. And then, hey, council, by the way, if you have a better use for 50 million than saving 4 million, you ought to consider that. Did I say that right? Okay.
We're not going to ask you to repeat it, so. Commissioner Newman.
Could we go back to my question, because I think Treasurer Andrews was going to answer that, and we went on to another topic. So
Yeah, that sounds fine.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner, we may end up tag teaming this, but I certainly wanted to address the question. I think there's at least twofold, one of which is I think we still have, I'll call it the hangover effect of doing a single year adoption for the capital plan. And so the organization has clearly moved to a 5-year capital plan, but we may be still inclined to load everything in the first year or the beginning years. I think we really started to see this year is spreading those out really on the life of the construction cycle, including some feasibility. At least two projects come to mind, one of which was referenced on the Cactus Pool, where we have the feasibility. We ended up actually removing the $31 million. I saw a couple of you recognize that. So again, truly understanding, let's get these in the proper order, queuing them up for some feasibility, and then once we know the numbers, then properly assigning them to the construction cycle, which is not a 12-month cycle, it's at least 24 and potentially up to 36. So that's answer number one to the situation. The other thing is we still have communication that we're aligning with previously capital project management, now merged with transportation and engineering to transportation and infrastructure, communication with that department with I'll call it the primary operating department on the needs in the capital project to properly assign workload to all of the projects within the capital plan, whether that be the transportation or other projects. So said another way, we need to increase the communications between the engineers in transportation and infrastructure with the operating departments to ensure the project timeline, costs, estimated cost, engineer's estimate is preferred. Some of these haven't been estimated, I think, in previous years. So those are just a few issues that we've identified through your great questions and this year with a few different eyes on the process.
Thank you, that's great, because I really believe that I fully support having a vision of 5 years and know what that would be. And it doesn't mean every project has to be done. If you look at this year's budget, all the temp projects show up in next year. And you could really look at those and say, hey, do we really have to do those right now relative to other critical needs that we have? So I think it's a process, and we'll get there. Thank you.
Commissioner Seitz.
Thank you for more explanation. I think I asked about this question when we were in the capital budget. I had observed a large appropriation in 1 year, but there was a completion date that was 3 or 4 years later. So I would appreciate the work that I hear you say will happen as you fix the timing of the construction and design in the budget. Thank you.
Let me take you back to slide 23 briefly. This is where we recap the operating budget for the coming year. And this is again going to be a comment under the general heading of sustainability. And you'll hear that repeatedly as we march through this budget. But I think if you just go with the raw number at the bottom, 16.3% change, without talking about even what the changes are, why they're proposed, or what they're going to be or do for us, that's not sustainable. It is simply not a sustainable way to run the city, when on the other hand, we're talking about revenues coming in at 2%, 3%, whatever the number might be. This is a path to destruction. And even if you leave out some things that are maybe anomalies, leave out the third line there, that's the anticipated extra payment to the PSPRS. Leave out the debt service line. Just talk about the basic operations of the city. Even if you talk about just the personnel number, this is not sustainable. And somehow, as a city, we have to figure out how do we continue to meet the needs of the city and the needs of employees and the needs of citizens if we don't have the revenue anticipated to come in to do that. I think on the following page, on page 24, if you advance to the next slide, you made the comment that we have, increasing wage and salary pressures in the city and so on. This, of course, is a national chart. This doesn't have anything to do with Scottsdale. This is percentage increases that are occurring in the private sector versus the public sector. But again, I think we need some justification for the wage and salary increases that we're proposing from time to time. I'm not saying they're unjustified. I'm not saying they're unnecessary, but a chart like this doesn't do it for me. A wage and comp study that looks at 5 other cities in the valley, and they, of course, look to us, and it goes around in a circle, that doesn't do it for me. Maybe before I go further, I see the city manager has a comment, perhaps a rebuttal that he'd like to offer. Let me give him the microphone for a moment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I certainly didn't want to interrupt, but when I heard the unsustainable word, it definitely got a couple of us bouncing out of our chairs over here. So with due respect, I do want to point out on page 23 of the slide that this was kind of glossed over a little bit, but the $12.5 million was previously in capital, and that's a way of calculating for the staff in a different manner, and it was properly a accounted for, not to use like the big accounting word, but just a little a, not big A. But this was a different methodology of how to fund those operations. So that is not an increase in costs, actually a shift. And then we've talked quite a bit about the next number. And then when you look at the capital at 40 million, so when you pull those out, and again, as referenced back to B13, it may not be to the sustainable level that some community members or some other members, but it is balanced within the operating. And so I just wanted to point that out, and then to address some of your latter points, which we will discuss in great detail when we get into the operating departments, but significant wage pressure on first responders. And I was watching the body language, and I may have been misreading it, but for some folks that are in the private sector, we are clearly not in a tight labor market in many areas. I will tell you, in the first responder, we are still in a very tight labor market. So keep in mind that at least 1/3 of our personnel are sworn men and women, and it's very competitive. I've seen significant studies done on the turnover in first responders, and if you lose them, what it costs to retain them. And I'll just tell you in a very short version, we don't want to lose them, of course. So we work really hard to not only attract quality personnel, but retain them once we have them. So we'll get into the specifics about the compensation, because I can appreciate that that is an area where we need to address, because there are some significant, I'll call it modest, in non-public safety, but in some areas of public safety, we're actually catching up from nearly about a 2-year lag time on some market assessments. So again, more to come in that regard, and it will spell out where these dollars are going, and confidence you'll feel good about them when we're done. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So, Mr. Chairman, I also wanted to add something. Is I know we talked about revenues going down, yet we're showing expenditures going up. And maybe that is a concern that you are bringing up, that how is this sustainable? Well, I wanted to explain this. We have had double-digit significant increases in our revenues over the last 4 years, and we have not increased our expenditures as much as our revenues have increased. We've kept a lid on the expenditures because we really didn't know where our new base was. We kept projecting a downturn and a correction, and we have finally, over the last 4 years, feel that we have the ability to increase our base. And that's because of the inflation and also the strong labor market, the strong economy, that still there's an underlying revenue base that has increased, and that allows us to raise our operating expenditures without structural imbalance, and that's what we have produced in this budget. Now, given that if we have a deeper downturn or deeper revenue reduction than we anticipate, we will adjust our budget accordingly and put that back on track and make sure that it is not an unsustainable budget. So the city staff worked very hard to put a balanced budget together that is sustainable over the 5 years, and that we would be able to pivot if revenues don't come in as we have projected. Thank you.
Thank you both for your comments, and particularly to the city manager. I would say I want to see you impress the public as well as the council on these dynamics of what we're facing in the employee pool. I'm well aware that, Tom Shannon's going to talk to us later about the cliff that he is facing when so many of his employees hit their 30-year full retirement eligibility, and more importantly, the lead time to recruit new people for those positions, recruit them and train them. So we have some dynamics here, and I urge you to use those in your arguments rather than national statistics of inflationary wage rates and all that stuff, which are not perhaps germane to our unique situation. Commissioner Stevens, you have yet another comment?
Yeah, I do, but it's this same chart. I just want to give you my perspective on this, because why I'm not freaked out about the expense, but I am concerned okay? When I look at this chart, the 21.8 million, that's a real increase in cost, although some of that could be related to expanded ambulance service that is going to generate revenue, and there might be some expanded water in there too. But so the 21.8 hit me. The 12.5, I don't think has an impact because that comes in with, that was with capital outlay. And then if I can jump to capital outlay, the city has a lot of control over the capital outlay line here because they can just discontinue some projects. So the part of the funds that come out of general fund for capital outlay, I believe they have a broad level of discretion with. Therefore, the 12.5 plus the 18, that 30 million doesn't concern me. The 50 is a one-time decision, so I throw that out. So I'm down to kind of the 21.8 and the 23 are the numbers that I think are increased in cost here, 45 million. So that's kind of what I have in my head that we're looking at here compared to whatever the revenue sources are. And again, these comparisons are budget to budget. Remember, we have a $12 million head start because we're running favorable this year and they do budget conservatively. So anyway, I'm still concerned about expenses, but that's the reason I'm not freaked out. Now, am I looking at that the right way as far as what I just said, as far as where the real cost increases are?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner, I believe you have identified correctly, and one that has particularly caught my interest that I would like to spend some more of my time over the next 12 months is the contractual services. And I will tell you, when we start to talk about our labor increase, it will pale in comparison to the contractual increases we are seeing by third parties that do work for us. So that is an area for us to bring back, as I have previously suggested, to use this commission to test out in-house versus contractual services. And there is a great number of services that they do better in the private sector. I would submit there are some opportunities for us to evaluate our potential to bring things in-house and do it at still a very high cost delivery of quality at a lower cost.
Okay, thank you. You just eliminated one of my other questions for later. Thank you, and I'm done now.
Commissioner Swiker, we'll give you the last word.
Well, I just wanted to thank you for bringing up that contractual services because I'm a believer that, you know, when we're paying somebody else's profit to do something, that there are situations where we can get a lot more done for $1 in-house than we can contracting it out. So I'm glad you're looking at that.
I think you still have a few slides to go through on this package. Proceed.
So I just have the debt section to cover with you. So our proposed budget includes 75 million of new debt issuance, 25 million for drainage, and 50 million for water and sewer projects. Next slide. This slide just simply shows our secondary property tax supported annual debt service. That's our bond programs. So we still have debt service on the older bond programs like the Bond 2015 programs and also the new debt for the Bond 2019 programs. We actually do not anticipate issuing any debt for Bond 2019 in 25-26. We anticipate issuing the remainder of the debt in 26-27. So this chart shows you the debt service on the secondary property tax supported debt. Next slide. And this slide shows you the annual debt service on the debt supported by other revenue sources. A lot of that is water and sewer. So the brown bars at the very bottom, that is general fund supported debt. That would be for the Fashion Square Garage, the TPC and Westworld Land and Museum. And then those other bars are for water, and I think there's some airport and some tourism supported debt as well. And that is my last slide.
I don't see anybody wanting to opine on these last 3 or 4 slides, so why don't we move to our next agenda item, which is having the police department talk about their operating budget for the coming years. And I think Joe Lepak is going to walk us through that.
Okay, good afternoon, Chairman Smith, Commissioners. My name is Joe LaDuke, and I'm your police chief, as you know. I want to start by laying a foundation that will really kind of explain why we make the decisions we make, why we budget the way we do, and whatnot. We are a duly accredited agency. We're accredited through a state accreditation program as well as an international accreditation program called CALIA. And because of that, we have to adhere to over 500 different standards. And some of these standards, among other things, guide our budgeting, our staffing, our deployment. And it really has us follow best practices. We've become a national really have a national footprint as far as best practices. We get a lot of calls from police departments all over the nation on our scheduling and many other disciplines within our organization. And we are a very progressive, tech-focused organization, police department. We really value finding efficiencies by using technology. We also really value being light on our feet to always follow the demands of the evolving demands of our community. When it comes to crime waves or different needs of the community, we try and be light on our feet and put resources that can answer those demands. So that's really kind of just the foundation I wanted to lay on why we think the way we do and the things that we do. I'm going to advance my own slides until there's questions. Today we're going to go over an overview over the police department, our structure and staffing, go over a budget overview. I'm going to talk about our key cost drivers. Then I'm going to go into our budget request for fiscal year 25-26. And then we're going to talk about police department overtime. So let's get started. We're divided into 3 separate bureaus, and each bureau has 4 either directors or sworn commanders overseeing these bureaus. We had a great conversation with Commissioner Stevens after the last meeting, and he brought up 2 points which were really important, and I wanted to include them in this slide presentation. One was our utilization of professional staff, non-sworn, to leverage non-sworn assets at a more effective cost. And you can see from this chart that we do that. As a matter of fact, we are a leader in the nation for leveraging professional staff, and we certainly have the most professional staff in the Valley when compared to other police departments, and so we've been doing that, and I'll go into that on the next slide with a little more detail. You can also see on this chart that we're asking for 22 additional FTEs. The reason why we're looking at 22 is last year, due to the expenditure ceiling, we didn't ask or receive any positions, and so we're playing a little bit of a catch-up here, but we're really focusing on some of these critical positions, which I'll go over also in this presentation. So leveraging professional staffing, we have a long history of maximizing our professional staff roles. It's just beginning in command staff. If you look, we have an assistant chief that's professional staff, 5 directors, executive staff that oversee our operational services and forensics divisions, bureau and divisions. Since 1970, we've been staffing what's called police aides. We found a better way to say, okay, well, if we can utilize a civilian employee to answer calls where you don't need to make an arrest and maybe just write a report or take an accident report, we've been successful at deploying those, and to date we have 38 police aides in some capacity around the city, taking those jobs away from sworn officers. We started the Police Crisis Intervention Specialist Program back in 1975, and these are master degree counselors who spend that extra time bridging services with our community, time that would have been spent by maybe a sworn member of our staff, but they can spend hours and hours with families making sure that they're headed in the right direction. Then we took a large step into this in 2022 when we decided to employ what we call civilian investigators. These are investigators that may be retired detectives or have some sort of investigative knowledge that we bring in as a civilian staff member, as professional staff, to do investigations and follow up on cases and whatnot. And just to give you kind of an example of the cost savings, a police officer, let's say roughly all in, is about $160,000 per year, where a civilian investigator is about $99,000 per year, and a police aide is about $97,000 per year. So we realized great savings from that. Also in 2022, we took 11 sworn positions and converted them to professional staff positions, saving us about $464,000 that year. So we're always very mindful of where we can utilize professional staff to make our dollars go further. And you can see on the slide, there's many other positions where we're constantly thinking, okay, can we use a civilian investigator? Can we use a professional staff member to do the job? Here's our full-time equivalence budget breakdown. You can see our biggest draw is personnel services at $174 million. This includes that $50 million PSPRS liability pay down that we talked about. It includes a $5 million market adjustment, and then cost increases, regular cost increases, in about $4 million-ish in new FTEs that we're requesting. And you can see where the other services, what the other services cost between contractual services, commodities, and capital outlays. Here are some other sources, other funding sources. I want to spend a couple minutes just to talk about RICO real quickly, because it does become important, as you'll see in the budget packages that I present. Some things we are trying to move to the general fund from RICO. And the reason for this is due to recent legislative changes have been making it harder for us to seize money from criminal organizations. Not only that, a lot of these criminal organizations are using cryptocurrency and really trying to developing efforts to stymie us from collecting RICO like we used to be able to before, but mostly it's a legislative thing. And so you'll see that our RICO budget continues to shrink, and we need to start to get out of that and start to move into the general fund for that. Here's some of our non-personnel cost drivers. You could see that on this slide that we prioritize, like I said before, we prioritize tech and software to get the job done, make it more efficient. I have a separate slide on the municipal security contract. Even though that is a citywide program, it does lie in our budget. Photo enforcement and jail services. Photo enforcement is actually what it costs to manage that program. And then jail services, obviously we have to pay Maricopa County to house some of our prisoners, and that's what that includes there. Workload analysis and allocation. I want to talk about this. This is another conversation Commissioner Stevens and I had it with Jeff Walther after the last meeting. We are very progressive when it comes to workload analysis and allocation. We use a highly technical, for the sworn side of the House and police officer allocation, we use a very highly technical program called Corona Solutions, and I'll go into that in more detail. But we are constantly evaluating how much staff we need in each of our work groups. We are required to, through accreditation, to do it every 4 years, but we do it much more frequently. As a matter of fact, we use the Corona Solutions package regularly throughout the year, and definitely yearly, as we do a rebid for where we allocate our officers throughout the city. So we're doing it a lot more frequently than required. And that also goes to always trying to match the evolving community needs with the resources that they need. And so we're constantly looking at that, and can we move this PCN over here, or can we create this work unit, and can we do that with existing resources when we can? So Corona Solutions, as I said, it is truly the national model for police deployment. As a matter of fact, and Chairman Smith, you may remember this, we had the external management report from the Center of Public Safety Management. Jim McCabe, who was in charge of that project for us in that evaluation, stated that Corona Solutions is more of a sophisticated method than even his own method. It's known nationally as a premier method, and we do get a lot of calls from other police departments, not only about our scheduling, but our utilization of Corona Solutions. What Corona Solutions does is it really works with parameters from calls for service to geographical boundaries to how many available officers we have, available hours, but it also takes into account lost time. What's the average amount of sick calls that you're going to get, vacation calls, who's on mandatory training, and then it looks at everything and it tells you what the most appropriate model is for our deployment. And we can move numbers around and say, okay, well, we can make it very customizable to the city. And and then make decisions on exactly how we deploy. Right now we have a 7-squad schedule, which works very nicely with the way we have it, with the way it's deployed currently. This system also allows for the data to be looked at. It's accurate up into the last 24 hours, and so the data is always being crunched, and so we can actually look into the last 24 hours where exactly we should be at any given time. Now, for other functions, we have a pretty comprehensive method that we use that not only looks at quantitative analysis for other work groups, but also qualitative analysis. So we're looking at things like time per task, backlog data, and then we also ask the managers to give us a qualitative statement on what is driving their workloads. And we crunch that all into a number, and we conduct that analysis pretty frequently to figure out if we're at the right number for other work units. Okay, budget request. Did you want me to pause for any questions here before I go into out of budget?
I think Commissioner Seitz has a question first.
Okay.
I suspect you'll probably answer this as you get into more detail, but I was interested in the, sorry, I'll go back and be a little more specific. The contractual services, I see the Corona contract was $387,000 or something, but I'd be interested in knowing what else is in that contractual services line item.
Okay. That's actually not in my presentation as far as getting into the detail of what is in the contractual services line item, but I can definitely get you that information in writing.
Yeah, some examples would be helpful, thank you.
Okay, great. I can give you examples now. So some of our contracts are not only the jail contract with MCSO, our dry cleaning contract with our uniforms, drones as first responders program, which I'll go into here as an out of budget, will be actual contractual service that we have as we lease that capability. So that's kind of a high-level list of some of the things that we contract for.
Would you say that it's an increase in existing contracts versus new contracts?
There's been a marked increase in existing contracts over the last year. Thank you.
Commissioner Swiker.
Yeah, you know, I represented the town that introduced photo enforcement to America. Very proud of it. It's a lifesaver, big supporter of it. But you have $1.3 million down there, and I know there's two bills over at the legislature, one of which, both of them which would abolish photo radar, one of which will probably go to the governor, and hopefully she'll veto that one. But the other one bypasses the governor and puts it on a ballot measure in 2026. And realistically, if it goes to a ballot measure, it's going to be outlawed. So are you prepared for that kind of outcome if it happens?
Yeah, absolutely. The thing that we are prepared for is to move the personnel who make up that program into other needed areas of our organization, for one. We don't see any revenue, obviously, as a police department from any of that, so it won't affect us there at all. But we will have to do something with those employees. And then we'll be looking at other ways to really enhance traffic safety, because that will leave a hole in that for us. Thank you for that question, Commissioner.
City Manager has a comment to offer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to just support the chief with some comments. Just as a reminder, that's on the expense side, and so the revenue is much more significant than that. But you know, we don't do this for the revenue. We do this because it improves compliance within the speed limits, et cetera. And I would have significant concern about the legislature reducing that tool that we utilize. The calls will go up that we would receive from neighborhoods and community members about speeding. They slow down because of the potential that they're going. So it's not about the revenue. It really is, as we well know, those that have introduced it, it's about compliance and bringing safety back into our community and our streets.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll start with personnel, FTEs that we're requesting. Uniform Services Bureau, we're looking for a police lieutenant, and this is to oversee an additional 3 school resource officers, and we're moving a sergeant to that unit. Currently, we have 10 school resource officers. We're going to be adding a sergeant through a move that's 13, so it becomes a section. It's a span of control issue, so we need that extra police lieutenant to oversee that group. We're moving from, and I'll be covering this as well as we talk about SROs, but we're moving from about 26 schools where the demand is extremely high in requests for having officers in the schools to 29 schools. And so we're just trying to keep up with demand in the school resource space. And we're going to need that supervision that mid-level manager will provide. So it's critical. The Investigative Services Bureau, we're looking for a digital forensics detective. There is no crime in this city that doesn't touch that unit. They do forensics on computers and hard drives and phones and whatnot. So every crime touches it, has a component of it. And so we're starting to grow that unit. And it is worth mentioning that that unit also does utilize 2 civilian staff members as investigators. And we plan to grow in the next few years with that. We're asking for 1 civilian investigator. We really need one up in our special investigations and intelligence area. We were looking for ways to increase the capacity of that unit, especially in current times when we're looking at civil unrest and other things that we really need to get ahead of. And the best bang for our buck, so to speak, is a civilian investigator over there, which will really round out that unit well. Communications, dispatchers, we want to restore 4 positions that were reclassified last fiscal year. What happened last year, like I said, we didn't ask or receive any positions. It takes about a year to train a dispatcher, but we had critical needs right away. This is that constant evaluation we do for needs. We were opening up our real-time crime center. We needed to staff that, and we also needed to hire a facilities manager with all the construction projects and everything else. So we were able to restore those 4 we want to restore those 4 positions that we borrowed to fill those this year. We also want to add 1 RTC supervisor and 3 real-time crime center operators. Our real-time crime center, we have found, has been very effective in getting to a crime scene or getting information quickly, and it improves officer safety, it improves our ability to catch the criminal, and it also provides exponential public safety as far as getting eyes on and guiding officers in and being able to catch the perpetrator very quickly through the use of cameras that are located throughout the city, whether they're cameras at Fashion Square that we have an agreement to tap into, or traffic cameras or what have you. And I can tell you success story after success story about the Real-Time Crime Center. Actually, just today, before here, we had a subject threatening suicide up on the top level of a parking garage at the Fashion Square, and he had a gun in his hand. The Real-Time Crime Center was able to get video on this person and start describing his exact location and where the gun was as the officers are responding, so they didn't get into a situation where they would come under fire. Police records unit, we're asking for 2 police records specialists. It's really 1 new position, and then we want to transfer 1 from a tow fund into the general fund. This is one that our analysis has showed that we actually need about 10 new records specialists over the next 3 years. With the invention of the body-worn camera, so has the requests for the footage. And right now, for example, in Phoenix, there's a 2-year wait to get to fulfill a public records request. Right now, we have it all the way down to about 14 months, but we need to do better. So we need to expand that unit based on the backlog and just the workload there. So we're asking for 1 net new and then 1 to move over. We also started covering records 24/7, 365 days a year. We really found out that that is a unit that needs to be available for our officers out on the street 24/7, be available for our dispatch to run records and do research even at night. And so we are asking for a records supervisor, so we have that full-time supervision throughout those expanded hours as well. But I'll be back asking for more of those. Our forensics division, we're asking for 1 property and evidence technician. We'll probably be asking for another one next year. That is another thing that our comprehensive workload analysis showed that we need more of. If we got 1 more, we would actually be able to expand their operating hours to serve the public by 1 day. And we're also trying to keep up on the backlogs of getting evidence out that it's ready to be dispositioned, instead of just stacking up in a warehouse where we are constantly worried about running out of room. And we sometimes get close to that. So we need property and evidence techs to move that evidence out when it's no longer needed. It's a critical position for that. We're looking at Prop 490 here. We had 3 park rangers that were in the Smart and Safe Arizona Fund, the Prop 207 money. We would like to move them out to Prop 490 or the Park and Preserve Tax Fund, and ask for 3 new park rangers, a park ranger sergeant. We enjoy the largest urban preserve in the nation with 30,500 acres of preserve land. We need a dedicated unit that is specially trained, has special equipment to help police that area and help care for hikers and whatnot. So that's what we're looking for there. And then we're looking for 1 RTC technician to support them through drone technology, camera technology, as part of that same request for Prop 490. These are the we want 3 new school resource officers that, with the movement of the other 3, to put in an additional 3 under the Prop 407 Smart Safe Arizona Fund. As I mentioned before, we're moving from up to 29 schools. The demand is very high, so we're taking 10 SROs, moving them up to 13 SROs. We're going to move a sergeant that we currently have over, and we'll have 2 sergeants with 2 squads and a lieutenant over that section to serve the schools. Okay, going into our budget requests. First, want to talk about technology. Again, you're going to see Real-Time Crime Center, and I want to really illuminate on this slide the usage of our drones as first responders. Traditional air units in police departments cost millions and millions of dollars to maintain and keep a helicopter up in the air. And we found a much more effective way to provide that critical coverage that air units provide, at about a cost of, for 2 units, ongoing cost of about $612,000 per year. Again, many success stories using the drone. We can get to a scene of a call when a community member, somebody calls for service. We're usually over that problem within 85 seconds, providing critical details to our officers. Recently, we found a lost child within 11 minutes. Usually that takes hours and hours and hours to find from the ground. We've tracked stolen cars into parking lots and kept an eye on suspects, where we've been able to take them into custody without any issue or any danger to the officers or less danger to the community. So they've been absolutely essential, not only in community safety, but also in our officer safety, as we can be the eyes in the sky to direct them. The RTCC software and cameras is a transfer from RICO, so this is what I was telling you before. We're really trying to engage in an effort to move things out of the RICO fund and into the general fund as the RICO fund, as we're realizing it's shrinking. Other things to note when you look at communications and their non-emergency call diversion, that is all about trying to be more efficient through automation. That includes a program that will automatically take alarm calls, create a screen, and a dispatcher doesn't even have to spend time touching that call. It'll go right to our officer. So we're always trying to invest in automation that will help make those efforts more efficient. Police resource management. These are cost increase for uniforms and equipment and contracted services. We are moving the airtime for cellular service, which is about $220,000 from RICO to the general fund. I want to spend a second to talk about leased vehicles because, as the treasurer brought up, we do have a challenge with our vehicles. Our leased vehicles in the police department are specifically used by our undercover officers. We have a whole contingent of undercover narcotics officers, intel officers, and whatnot, and they utilize leased vehicles so they can switch them out frequently and they don't get burned by bad guys on surveillance, basically. So it's a safety issue for them, and So we use a lot of those. Now, to meet with demand, we went from 52 to about 59. We're looking at about a 27% increase in maintenance costs to these lease vehicles and about a 26% increase in the contract. That's another contractual service that we have is our lease vehicles. We're also asking for 6 additional patrol vehicles. With the timing where it works out, where we're able to purchase vehicles has become very difficult on the state contract. There's only certain times throughout the year that we can purchase them. Then there's long upfitting times to get them wired with lights and radios and computers. They're truly our office. And so when a vehicle goes down, let's say because of damage, or even if it's totaled, it takes a long time to purchase a new vehicle, outfit a new vehicle, or even for a repair. There's a lot of time that is built into that. And so our officers, at the very worst, would have to double up in cars, which is extremely inefficient for our patrol model. So we're seeking 6 additional patrol vehicles to kind of meet that need, keep our officers in their cars, on the road, in their offices, on the road. And here's the citywide municipal security contract increases. Really, this is mostly attributed to added enhanced security at the libraries, one civic center, and City Hall, but there is also a contract increase here as well. Right now, the city contracts with Allied and covers about 90 different buildings. They have a 24/7, 365 operation of looking at cameras. I think we have about 1,500 cameras throughout the city. 2,500 different card readers that they have to monitor, so it's a big job. But this is a contract increase and then security enhancements throughout the city. And again, this is a citywide effort that ends up in our budget. Okay, I'll pause there for questions.
Press on.
No questions? Okay, all right. All right, let's talk about overtime and staffing. This is a graph that shows where our budget and where our actual overtime is trending. We are constantly estimating where we will be at the end of the fiscal year as far as overtime is concerned. We've had a pretty unique year this year, and there's a couple of drivers for it. There's patrol vacancy coverage, there's critical staffing coverages and communications and detention. And what's unique about us is that we have minimum staffing levels that we absolutely need to fill. We can't go under a certain staffing on the road, we can't go under a certain level of staffing in dispatch. These are emergency services, and so we have to fill those with overtime as we look at our vacancies, and I'll get into a little bit more depth in that. But what also drives this number are special events and critical incidents. We had an uptick in critical incidents last year, anything from a homicide to what happened at the Albertsons, which draws a lot of investigative time, a lot of patrol time and extended duty and whatnot, to the special events, which we actually added 3 major special events to our menu this year and had to staff those. There is good news in that because, and I'll go into a little more depth on this as well, our on-duty model for special events reimbursement model, we will see about $1.4 million in cost recovery reimbursement that'll go to the general fund. So as we look at that, we're $0.8 million tracking right now over budget, although I'm very optimistic by July that we'll see a downward trend. But then again, we just had 2 homicides, so it just is very dependent. We are going to realize a $1.4 million in cost recovery on that, and which would, if you added that number, would put us well below our line. So I want to talk about how we manage, and then I'll go a little more in depth on cost recovery. We have a policy that right away covers the accountability around overtime. So for example, we have, if any officer wants to work, or any employee actually in the organization wants to work 20 or 30 hours or more, they anticipate they need to have permission from their chain of command. So at 20 hours, they have to ask their direct supervisor, that's 20 hours in a pay period, or at 30 hours, it actually has to go up to the next level of command for review and justification. On top of that, we have policies that dictate how much sleep you need between shifts, so you can't just work back-to-back shifts. So we control that. We also have a very comprehensive overtime tool that we use that really looks at every single detail down to the actual employee that's earning the overtime, how they're earning it, how it's coded. And we use that in staff to review monthly to make adjustments and layer accountability where we need to layer accountability. If we do see that there's a lot of overtime being pushed, let's say in one direction, we start to evaluate the critical nature of that direction. Or if we start to anticipate, for example, that we're far over our budget as far as overtime, we'll start to look at things and say, okay, what can't we do right now? What can't we do to keep that number lower? Like, are we going to reduce the amount of folks that are on recruitment missions on overtime and start really trying to adjust schedules so we're constantly doing those things? It's one of our priorities in all of our staff meetings to review and add accountability to those things. So that's just an example. And you see the charts break down what we're looking for is where we're spending our overtime. And if you look at critical service and extended duty, both of those really touch not only critical incidents, but also staffing for vacancies and things like that. So we right now are doing great as far as vacancies are concerned. Relatively back from about 2020 to 2022, we realized about a 48 sworn officer vacancies, which was very, very hard for us to schedule and deal with. There was a lot of different things that we had to do. We were bringing detectives out onto the road to cover shifts and things like that. I'm very happy to say, due to a robust effort and an excellent team, that we are looking at about 11 vacancies right now. But that doesn't mean that we have 11 holes in the street. It actually, when we consider those vacancies, we also have to add in the number of officers who are on military leave, FMLA, long-term sick leave, or those are in some sort of phase of training. It takes about 18 months from application to solo officer to get them out there, and so just because we hire them, they don't start right away. It was something that the city manager alluded to, the expense and time it takes to train and hire a new officer. So our feel-like number is about 41 vacancies, and if I can, once those positions start to matriculate out of training into these positions, we're going to be in much better shape, and it certainly will have an effect. So on-duty reimbursement for special events, I wanted to kind of walk through this a little bit. There's two ways in which we staff events, and one way is through a 1099. It's called off-duty employment, where an officer will go there and work an off-duty assignment and get paid by that particular vendor as a 1099 employee. And then we have on-duty reimbursement now, which the vendor directly covers the total costs for that employee. Usually, if there's any event that requires less than 20 employees, it'll usually be a 1099 situation. 20 or more, it's usually going to be a reimbursement situation. So we started phasing this in over the last 3 years, starting in fiscal 23-24, and this July 1, we will be at 100% of full cost reimbursement for our officers that are working special events. It is important to note that not every Scottsdale police employee working the event is paid for by the producer. There's certain things that we do because we need to do them. We feel it's a best practice. So for example, at the Waste Management Open, we deploy the SWAT team to be ready for any type of actor-shooter situation or any other critical event. We'll have undercover officers doing surveillance in parking lots to make sure that nobody's lurking out there and everybody is safe. We have canines do explosive detection, for example, on the footprint. We cover the costs of those things because it's things we want to do. We also cover a lot of the periphery or traffic control. It's our agreement with the vendor as well. So this kind of gives you an idea of the reimbursement agreements and how much we cover, how much they cover. Now this doesn't show I believe 4 other events that are coming up. Spring training is one of them. We just had Bike Week, and there's a couple others that are going to come up that'll change this number, but then in July 1 there'll be a shift as we go to 100% coverage, but we will always have to pay a piece of it based on what I just said. There's certain things that we just do and that we are going to cover. So let's talk about our currently open positions. I know this was a request of the commission. This is what we're looking at right now. We're very lucky in the sworn ranks that we do not have any positions open for over 180 days. Robust effort in trying to get sworn. Professional staff, we're looking at about 25, and I will break these down for you, but these are usually the hardest positions to fill, like dispatch and detention and whatnot. It's a national issue as far as trying to fill those positions, but we are constantly in a cycle of recruitment, trying to recruit positions. Now, if you look at dispatcher alone, it takes a year from application to actually getting on the floor. Plus, we can only run about 7 to 10 in an academy per time for a dispatcher. So it's during that time that you're still facing attrition and whatnot. And so it's always a struggle to find the right person. I should also mention that we accept a lot of applications, but we are very, very picky on who we put out serving the community in this critical effort that we do as far as public safety is concerned. And so we are very, very picky on background investigations, with their education, pedigree, and so forth. So usually we're right around a 2% agency as far as sworn and who we actually hire. But we take a lot of pride in that because we don't have the problem that other agencies have as you look across the nation that may not be as scrupulous as we are for that. This is the process. As I was saying, the process is arduous, and it should be. Through background checks and whatnot, we have application reviews, interviews, extensive, like I said, background checks and whatnot, and all this takes a lot of time. And then the training component itself takes a lot of time, especially when you're talking about dispatch, detention, and sworn officers. So here's a chart that lists out some of those positions. If you look at communications dispatcher, like I said, this is a national problem, the vacancy rate in dispatching. We try and solve that through overtime and seeking contractual services for call takers. Not the most ideal situation, but it's something that just kind of keeps us afloat. We've cross-trained other members of the department to come in and actually work in dispatch, and so we do everything possible to try and make sure that that is still functional. But we also have robust recruiting efforts for dispatchers, but like I said, it is a national problem. Some of these, like the forensic scientists, it's a very small pool that these scientists are available. It's a very highly specialized position. There's just not a lot of forensic scientists in Arizona that we can draw in, so we're fighting with other labs around the state to try and get them in here. So sometimes we'll be in recruitment after recruitment after recruitment, just trying to find somebody. So now that's the end of my presentation. I'm happy to handle any questions.
Thank you very much, Joe. We obviously have some comments, and I guess I'll start with Commissioner Stevens.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Out of all the questions I submitted to you before, I only have two, and I've got one new one that's easy. Okay. I think you said it, but I want to understand it right. On the ones like Barrett-Jackson, where you're providing people and they're working overtime, are we recovering the overtime pay rate plus pension?
We are.
We are, okay.
All in. So we're recovering everything, Commissioner, yes.
So that doesn't hurt us at all then, okay. Here's the one that just occurred to me. I know in some departments they have vehicles assigned to officers and ask them to make it their vehicle and take it home, with the idea being it doesn't hurt for it to be seen, but more importantly, they take much better care of the vehicle, and so the vehicles last longer. Is that something that's ever been considered here? And if not, just FYI.
Yeah, it's been talked about and considered, but it absolutely doesn't work for a community like Scottsdale. The expense is so much greater, and having them take them home, plus only about 9% of police officers live within the city of Scottsdale, so we'd be paying for cars that are going all the way out to Maricopa or Queen Creek, and so the cost of gas and wear and tear on the vehicle, it just doesn't add up to being seen by our community, which is really where the value would be added there.
Okay, and then here's a nasty question I had to give you a heads up on. So I said, what would happen if the city manager said to you, you know, you got 25 unfilled positions, you're getting by just fine now, love what you're doing, thank you for that, get rid of those 25 positions, what would you do other than discontinue service to where I live?
First, I'd be shocked that the city manager asked me that, but no, I would, what would happen or what would I do?
And what would happen?
What would happen? We would continue to have to leverage mandatory overtime. We see a component of burnout in that these are positions that we absolutely need. Like we need, for example, dispatchers, which you saw were a great percentage of those unfilled positions. We need someone staffing those telephones. We need someone out on the radio dispatching those calls. If we didn't, so with that minimum number, we require people to work overtime. It's actually mandatory overtime. So that leads to burnout, expense, low morale. So I think that we would be seeing a lot of that. These are positions that are critical to us, and it would just lead to a very poor working environment. And then we also start to look at attriting people as well that go to other places where they don't have to have so much mandatory overtime. So I believe that's really what would happen if we weren't able to fill those 25 positions. They're critical positions that we're always trying to fill because of the critical nature that they serve.
Okay, well, it's just the kind of question some nasty people might ask because it's like you're getting by somehow, but yeah, there are some ramifications to it, so I wanted to ask it. And then the other thing for the commissioner's benefit, the way the budgeting is done, there are unfilled positions that are in the budget, but there's also a reduction to expense, like 11 million or so for expected unfilled positions. That's not something all cities do, and so it's not like there's all fluff there, and I believe the city does kind of manage the degree to which the unfilled positions start getting filled too much and puts the budget at risk. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for your time.
Just a second. We're not done with you yet.
Oh, okay.
Commissioner Ranscombe.
Quick question. The special events reimbursement, you mentioned a couple extras you provide to waste management. What would happen if you asked for reimbursement for the extras? They wouldn't buy them, or just curious why you don't charge them?
Yeah, great question, Commissioner. We really balance what they feel that they need and what we know we need from a public safety standpoint. So they wouldn't look at those as something they would need. They might do without to make their bottom line better. So for example, putting a SWAT team on call, when we understand the value of that from a public safety standpoint, they're just looking for, okay, well, who's actually working in the footprint and guiding the people in and doing security at the different holes? They may not value that as much, let's say. So that I think those are things that we make the decision to do because we find so much value, and we don't want them to be a point of negotiation in the contract. But I don't know, going down there, and we're always doing that. We're always in negotiations, talking about things that we want to need or things that they can cover. But there's definitely a balance and a give and take there as well.
Well, and then the second thing, I guess you could bake it into the rate, right? So if they're not going to pay for it, the rates for the officers go up. The rates for the things they do want to go up. So I'm just curious.
Thank you.
I would chime in and second Commissioner Rensko's question. I think we have to be fairly aggressive in terms of what we're getting reimbursement for and what things we think are, it's not really a negotiation. I mean, you ought to decree to them what's necessary to bring their event here from a public safety point of view. Along that line, but not necessarily on public events, rather, what kind of reimbursement does the department get for the commitment we've made to the public schools for sort of in-place officers in the schools? That you said that's a growing need.
We currently have a 75%, 25% split with the schools. And so they pay for the majority of the officers that are in the schools. We collect the 25%.
So there is a reimbursement program there?
There is.
Yes, good. Do you, in a similar sense, do you have an interdepartmental charge, for example, to put officers here in the Civic Center and other city buildings and whatever? Do you get from those departments a reimbursement allowance? Or I know that across the street in the, what do we call it, One Civic Center or whatever the building is over there, we now have 2 officers that man the door. We didn't used to do that. And it's hard to ask the question of, is that really necessary? Because inevitably something bad will happen as soon as we stop. But how do these programs get started, and how do you get reimbursed for them?
Well, we carry that whole contract within our budget. And I'm sure you might be able to help on this one, but I do believe the only place is the Water Department that does a cost sharing with us as far as municipal security is concerned. But
I would just add, Mr. Chairman, from a city manager perspective, if we're not, just generally speaking, if we're not charging it out to an enterprise fund, then we're really just kind of moving money around from my perspective. So it's not, with respect, it's not his budget, it's our budget, it's the city, police department, and so on and so forth. So it's general fund, to answer your question. Since I have the mic, I might just also, back to the previous question regarding event funding, just as a reminder, it's increased significantly over a 3-year period back to increase to recoup some of our costs. The second part of that is we have to look at these events, and particularly the one that was referenced, and from a city perspective, what are other revenues that are coming into? And so that's the beauty of looking at when we have the hotels, the restaurants, and everything else, not just this, clearly from this cost center, just to use that term, they're a giver in contributing to this event. But when we bring in the broader perspective, the city is a huge winner, I would say, from a marketing, a branding perspective, and then purely a revenue perspective. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I think that's a valid point to make. The only reason I raised the question is because so many people feel like a big part of our budget goes to police and fire, and it does, of course, but it's for reasons other than just providing public safety. It's to enable and facilitate a lot of events, meet a lot of needs that they might not otherwise meet. I don't know how we make, you're right, we're just trading money and moving around chits from one side of the table to the other, but it's important to put their contribution in perspective. I'm going to yield the floor, but I may be back with another comment. Commissioner Carla.
Thank you. Going back to FTEs and overtime, I was glad you brought up staff burnout, because I know throughout our city, all departments, so much of our staff works more than regular hours. Some are paid overtime, and many, because they're salaried, don't. But they do the work anyway because they're good staff and they care about the job getting done. But and people could say, well, maybe we just drop that part of the job, or we drop, the unfilled FTE. But in public safety, you don't have that option because the job has to get done. And where I come about is the worry that, some of the things that we read in that article in the paper about the number of hours your crisis response officer put in overtime. And I'm glad to see you don't allow back-to-back shifts. But what other mechanisms do you have in place to address the burnout before you lose a good officer, or when do you decide we need another body? Mm-hmm. I'm just curious.
Great question, Commissioner. We are constantly monitoring the number of hours that each officer works. Like I said, that overtime tool, we actually can bring up the officers that are earning the most amount of overtime or working the most. We're in kind of a strange era now where when I first started, everybody wanted to work overtime. Everybody wanted to seize the moment to make the extra money. And now we really look at only about 20% of the staff want to work a majority of the overtime. So you will see some folks really rise to the top and seize opportunities for that overtime. And the individual you are talking about, some of that overtime is taking care of a records backlog. So it's not just in their discipline. They're going out earning extra money in these other areas by choice. But we still monitor that, and it is incumbent upon the first line supervisor to really do those calculations with permission and say, okay, 80 hours in one pay period or 60 hours in one pay period, you're not going to have time to sleep. We need to reel that in a little bit. And those things are happening in real time. Sometimes you'll see that kind of come up, and then we'll reel it back in again and whatnot. So you kind of have this going on throughout the year, but we really try and be accountable for the wellness of those folks. Most of the things that we're never going to get away from overtime, and most of the things that as far as staff positions that they're covering, like I said, it's not that we necessarily need more personnel. We just need to get the personnel we hired out into those positions to build out those work units where they are. But I really appreciate that question. We have a very robust wellness unit. We really look at employee wellness as a very critical effort for us, and we're always trying to find ways to corral them in a little bit, even when they're doing it by choice.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Swiker.
You know, when you're looking at your 52 vacant positions, how much of that is caused by salary competition around the valley or around the state? And if you pay more to be able to hire those people, can you recover any kind of significant amount of that from lower overtime?
That is a very complex question as far as something that I would really want to do more of a deep dive into to give you accurate numbers on what that would look like analytically. I can say, just from my perspective, it really depends on where that vacancy exists. So certainly in a sworn officer, folks that are coming to work for a city are looking at the pay, they're looking at where we are in the market, and we will get less applications, let's say, if we're down on that, down in the market. So I've seen that happen. But then there's other positions, like I said, forensics, which isn't really about the pay, it's more about the availability. Certainly in dispatch, everybody has vacancies for dispatchers, so they're going to go and seek positions where the pay is the highest. It goes to reason. So we've seen that and whatnot. But yeah, as far as the analysts, as far as pay versus overtime and what we're spending, I think that analysis is always being conducted where we're trying to stay in market. I know through human resources, and and so we're always moving in that direction to try and be within market so we can fill our positions and hopefully reduce our overtime as far as coverage is concerned. But as far as the exact numbers, I don't have that analysis right in front of me, but can certainly look into that.
City Manager, you wanted to comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple thoughts. One, to the most recent question, I would break some of these positions up into different categories just to support the chief's response there. I'll start off maybe with the hardest to fill, the dispatchers that are referenced. I've been in this business 28 years, had multiple communication center. I've never been fully staffed. Never been fully staffed for 28 years in this business. So there's a challenge, as was referenced nationally. Some of these other positions are lower, are entry level, and we anticipate some churn in those positions, so that's expected. And then like the forensics one referenced several times, those are hard to fill. Those are really unique positions. So I think there's really kind of a variety when we break this down. Also, that is analogous when we look across the organization as well. There are certain entry level positions, and we just have regular churn in those, particularly when we get into a tighter labor market that we've had the most recent years. That's another example. Part-time staffing becomes really challenging in those tight labor markets. Again, in many positions, we're moving out of that tighter labor market. But there's, from a human resources perspective, that's how we look at some of these positions. And then we have to look at the compensation. For example, the forensics one, is it properly placed? Or in the dispatcher, I will tell you what we have seen in the Valley is the great wage race over the recent years. And so we'll ramp up, somebody else will ramp up, so on and so forth. I think some of that is settling down again with the labor market, but we've certainly seen that in recent years. And then if I may just go back, I had one additional thought, Mr. Chairman, to our conversation about security. And another thought that I had to ponder, putting this example within the police department, is I found that contract management under that subject matter expert is the most appropriate place. For example, just to elaborate for a minute, let's just say the security efforts for 1CC could be put under City Hall or the Treasury or something like that. But it doesn't get the appropriate management or the scrutiny unless you put it under the subject matter expert. You could probably say the same across the cities, such as legal services. When you outsource, let's just say an auditor, for example, you wouldn't put that under the management, under the city manager's office, you'd put it under the treasury. So I think this is a good example where we have that function that is within our organization so that contract management is appropriately done through that subject matter expert. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
And I think if it was my comment, it may have been misconstrued. I wasn't suggesting in any way a reallocation of effort. I just want to be sure that the police department gets adequately compensated, if you will, even though it's an accounting entry, but adequately compensated for the efforts that are demanded by others. And let me say in a broader sense, and this is really a statement not only to you, Joe, but to the city manager and others, I would urge you to always make the council aware of productivity improvements and efforts and initiatives that are taking place. There is this sense in the community, I'm sure among some, that we just continually add people and add and add and add. But I think there is an underlying effort that is successfully identifying cost-saving and cost recovery initiatives. And I particularly was struck by your discussion of the Corona solutions and the efficiencies that introduces into just the deployment of manpower. And the drones, of course, are another example that the public can relate to, and the efficiencies that eventually translates into and how you could do more with less here in the city. So to the extent you can make those arguments anywhere in the city, any department, I think it is an effective message to communicate to the public as best you can. I commend you, Joe, for bringing it up.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner
Stevens, do you have yet another question?
Yeah, I do. I decided there was one of the ones I deferred on I wanted to ask anyway. I'm talking to a gentleman who was a senior person in a police department larger than Scottsdale, and then was a police chief in a smaller one. And I said, well, what should I be looking for? And he said, you know what? They need to set up a Citizens Police Academy and volunteer program. And so we said, oh, sounds like a good idea. And then we looked at the website, and you appear to have a volunteer police academy. Or no, a police citizens academy and volunteer program. And my question would be, to what degree are you having any luck getting volunteers there? And I noticed that the website had said there were no positions available now. So the question is, just real briefly, is the program active, and are there opportunities there to actually get volunteers to fill some spots?
Absolutely. First of all, the website is in error, and that's a carryover, so thank you for pointing that out.
Oh.
That's going to get fixed. Right now, we have about 24 volunteers in different places throughout the city that do a phenomenal job and help us with workload in different units. A great example is a volunteer that has worked for several years over at our Family Advocacy Center that is in charge of keeping track of and filing sex offenders within the city. Wow. The work he does is phenomenal and saves us countless hours. With that, yes, we do leverage volunteers and interns, for that matter, that help us in our day-to-days and whatnot. But that program is alive and well, and we very much appreciate volunteers coming to work with us. So we'll make a change to that website. But we do communicate that through our social media platform and through other communications as well. And we also announce in most community gatherings that we have that way, hey, we're always looking for volunteers to come out and give a hand.
Good.
So,
okay, thank you.
Thank you for that.
Joe, I don't think we have any more questions, but we appreciate your presentation and willingness to answer. It was very informative. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
And at that point, I will suggest we move on to item number 4 on the agenda, which is to hear from the fire department, their operating budget. And Mr. Tom Shannon is approaching the podium as we speak.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Smith and members of the commission. Thank you, Carrie. What you just received is contextual. It's for light reading at home, should you get bored. To give context to perhaps some of the areas of discussion we might experience today, and then Commissioner Stevens then to directly answer your questions, and I'll be happy to expand on that during the conversation. Okay, let's move into the presentation. So not unlike all the other departments in the city, personnel consume the majority of our outlay. This represents next year's budget proposed, and it's about 419 FTEs. Contractual services, as Chief Leduc mentioned, have gone up, and so we're seeing a modest increase to 18.7 million. Commodities at 4.7, and then capital outlays refer to those transfers that were previously represented by the treasurer that were either in capital or already existed in our capital outlay section, but are now represented more accurately in the general fund. Okay, so getting right to it, the things that are driving cost increase in the fire department and in the fire service generally, my generation of firefighters is retiring. Scottsdale has a unique history in that we have a born-on date for a municipal fire department of July 1st, 2005. Why that is significant is because on July 1st, 2025, 120 members of the organization can leave on the day. And so, as you imagine in your own businesses, trying to reboot your organization and recommit resources to hiring and training and professional development, that is where we're finding a significant amount of our effort. So as we look at the incumbent firefighters, the ones that exist here today, fully a third of them will be eligible to leave on the 1st of July. Now, we know that they won't. They won't all leave on the same day, but what they will very likely do is enter into the Deferred Retirement Option Program, which will put them on a very precise ticker. Most folks, as you look at the PSRS actuarial, stay in that drop about 3.5 years. And so we can narrow in a little bit more accurately on the departure and cadence, if you will, that we will expect. But what's really important for us to understand is in the interim, we'll see continued growth of the department, we'll see continued need for professional development, and then anticipating through surveys and through, frankly, firehouse chatter, who might be considering departing, we will try to zero in very accurately by quarter so that we can anticipate cost. We most recently did a survey of the membership that is due or eligible to retire this summer, and we anticipate about 20 members leaving within the first 2 months, so August and September. And you'd say, well, that's a modest departure. Keep in mind, these are our most senior members. They possess the most attributes in the city, which would include rank. They may be a paramedic, they may be a hazmat technician, they may have some other compensable skill set that needs to be replaced, also simultaneously on a cadence that replaces the veteran with a journeyman versus a veteran being replaced by a novice. And so that is something that I can anticipate you would do in your very own business. Other contributing factors are the opening of Station 12 at Hayden and Mayo. Phase 2 of the Scottsdale ambulance program will be executed during this budget year, and the continuation of obviously Phase 1 and the development of that program. Fire Station 601, which is at Miller and McDowell, will see the return of its second company, which left that location in the 2010s. During the downturn in the recession, we had a fire station being built, and of course we weren't going to open a fire station without occupying it, but at that time during the recession things were pretty darn tight, and it required the splitting of resources from Station 1's area, and it's taken us these long 14 years to get back to servicing that community. And just as a side note, call volume has only increased since 2010, and so that is a very, very busy house, and as soon as that fire company gets back there, we will have greater reliability of resources. We'll get into some of those metrics in just a second. Obviously, we are recruiting, hiring, training, professionally developing our staff. That is an ongoing and continuous endeavor. And really, since 2018, we have been on a ferocious pace, and we see that continuing, quite frankly, until we get deep into what I consider that third or fourth year of the drop. So 3 years from now, in 2028, 2029 is when we should start to see a bit of a crest, if you will. There's two, and I appreciate the commissioner, the chair leaving now. He referred to it as a cliff. I will refer to my analogy as more of a tsunami. And if you think of your tsunami science, there's two waves, right? The front wave is what is the result of that seismic event. The seismic event was being born on July 1st, 2005. That first wave is going to clear out all the skill sets that need to be replaced. That's probably the front end, leading, expensive side of that endeavor. The back end, which is I think in your neighborhood of interest, is the pension implications. We're about 80% funded, I believe, Treasurer Andrews. 84% funded now in the fire department. You might say that's outstanding. Well, it's frankly because no one's left, but they're going to start leaving in chunks now, and you'll see that creep. And so that back end of that tsunami is, in my view, sometimes what gets the most attention. I really want to laser everybody's attention to the front end of the tsunami, which is what impacts Mr. and Mrs. Scottsdale most predictably. And so this is the breakdown of where you'll find our firefighters and our civilian staff. We have about 38 civilian staff who are in the ASRS system. The rest find themselves spread throughout PSRS, and as I said, 120 of them find themselves, or actually 103 now. I guess our number, we better look at our numbers. 103 now, as of the posting of this, are in that tier 1, which includes the drop consideration. Overtime. So you can see the increase right around COVID. During COVID, that's when we really started to experience mandatory overtime. Staff members were simply running the wheels off. We had a significant amount of impact from COVID on our workforce, as well as many of the other city departments. But because we engaged the public quite directly in the 911 environment, we saw a significant impact in that regard. And so we had a predictable spike there. Simultaneously, we were growing, and we were adding additional staff year over year. That, including class and comp changes, has driven that overtime scale up to its current level. So what is our approach to managing overtime? So there are, Fair Labor Standards Act prohibitions that keep us in a lane of making sure that our policies don't detrimentally impact employees. What I mean by that is there is no structural condition where spiking exists. There is no city policy where the most senior members of an organization get first whack at overtime. That's not structurally in existence. What does exist, though, is a low hours selection preference. So when we move to select folks to work additional overtime, first we have to fill the seat and the attribute specifically. So if you're a company officer, or you're a hazmat technician, or you're a paramedic, that attribute needs to be filled quite precisely, unless daily staffing suggests that we have that attribute somewhere else where we can move people around. But more oftentimes than not, it's a like-for-like replacement. So what we do is we use low hours. So we might go to you, Commissioner Stevens, because you have the lowest amount of hours, and offer you that overtime opportunity. Next, you may say yes, you may say no. We might move to you, Commissioner Seitz, and so on until we fill the seat with the correct attribute. What we find today, it's just a condition of our society now, is that our veteran members are the most consuming users of overtime. Our newest members tend to have, I believe, a better work-life balance, in my view. They are not as interested in working overtime. That is just a condition of our society. So that places us in position of finding, and you may have seen this in the press recently, where occasionally we'll see firefighters and company officers and battalion chiefs making substantial amounts of overtime, sometimes in excess of 20% and 25% of their base income. And I can assure you that we are on top of that. We look at that very closely. We watch who's creeping up, not necessarily, and certainly very importantly because of our fiscal responsibility, but because it's a safety issue. We want to make sure that these folks are mission ready and capable to do the job. And so that overtime policy exists in that wonderful guide that I gave you, kind of why we do what we do, and the references therein. But we have city administrative regulation, we have internal department policy, and we have legal counsel that gives us counsel on how to manage fairly an overtime process. And so I hope that made sense. But I can assure you that when we do have members who exceed the 25 percentile, we will go visit them. We visit with them. We make sure that everything's okay in their life. And if there is, and I can remember quite directly a conversation with the treasurer a couple years ago where sometimes it's hard to wrap your head around the amount of overtime that folks are willing to work. But there is no prohibition that we can place on an employee outside of a management decision to prohibit, within that context, if that helps. The operating metrics that we use in the fire service are pretty much all related to time-related elements. So both your heart, your core, and your building need us there in about 6 minutes. And so response times, measuring the time, the call transfer time, the getting out of the fire station time, time on scene, time on task, those are all measurements that we look at very reliably. And I can tell you that the city, some years ago, I would say probably 14 maybe years ago, Commissioner Smith, you may have been on council at the time, you adopted a 80th percentile versus the 90th percentile, which is the national standard. And quite honestly, nobody can meet the 90th percentile in the nation. It's simply impossible. So what the city said is that 80% of the time we want you there within 6 to 8 minutes of time of dispatch. And so that is a very reasonable standard. And so these other standards represent return of spontaneous circulation. The Center for Public Safety Excellence is the overarching entity that looks at what we call the standard of cover, which gets to where do we place fire stations, how do you share resources, and those sorts of things. This is an important time for me to crow a little bit about the system that we find ourselves in. You may recall that prior to 2005, we were served by Rural Metro. Rural Metro Fire provided a level of service to the city for 50 years, but they did so by themselves. They were alone in doing so. The automatic aid system, which has been in existence since the late 1970s, excluded Scottsdale and Rural Metro from participating in that system for a variety of reasons. It wasn't until 2005 that Scottsdale was invited into the automatic aid system, which essentially blew up our resource access capability. And how that shows itself literally every day is we receive and give about equal amounts of calls for service along our Phoenix-Tempe border as now. And it's in the areas of about 2,000 to 2,500 calls a year for service that we give and we get annually from our automatic aid partners. What that means is that the closest unit goes to the call regardless of jurisdiction, and that's clearly good for your heart and clearly good for your building. And so the other thing that we're really focusing on now is our metrics that we're going to be using to ensure that our ambulance business that's fledgling, and I'll get into here in a minute, is meeting our obligatory response times so that we meet the minimum requirements of our certificate of necessity. I'm going to take just a quick breath there and see if there was anything, particularly for Commissioner Stevens, that I could answer related to the overtime element.
No, no, it's okay. You did a nice job on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, I will jump into our 25-26 budget request. You may recall that Fire Station 606 is being remodeled, essentially rebuilt, and we're going to need to house that crew. This discussion occurred in the capital conversation, and the NOAA building is being temporarily reconfigured for that station. We will need to increase our budget to support that in that amount. Fleet upfit. Our fleet department does a fantastic job of purchasing base models of our equipment and providing the maintenance and operations support for that. But then when it comes to upfitting those units with the computers and the light packages and all the other sundry emergency services, accoutrement, if you will, that's something that the department funds. We are continuing to upfit and make contemporary our technical rescue team. Later in the next slide, I'll talk about Proposition 490, but our existing technical rescue team needs some replacement of equipment. Our paramedic package has been something that since 2018, and quite frankly, well before then, we've been aggressively seeking to get ahead of the departure curve. So if we anticipate year over year losing paramedics, it takes about a year and a half to build them to the point where they're mission ready. And so we need to be a year and a half ahead of that. And so we're constantly sending medics based on what we have used, both actuarial analytics, and then we've hired some very smart people to help us with what is very likely to happen from just a human perspective, and those analytics have shown themselves to be quite accurate. We need to replace 80 paramedics out of those 120 people who can potentially leave on July 1st. That's a significant schooling endeavor, and to do that ahead of time is key, and it gets back to that veteran versus journeyman or veteran versus novice. High-rise equipment includes being able to communicate in our high-rise buildings. They're building buildings quite effectively now, but what those buildings require is a certain communications capability. Inside that high-rise equipment package includes communications packs, if you will, that go in and essentially create a boosting station inside a building during high-rise events. We, as you know, have a new training center. That training center is finding its budgetary true north. We're in our first training academy right now. We are taking meticulous notes and literally counting every penny so that we can right-size that budget over the years. It's going to take us a few years to settle that budget, knowing the amount of attrition that we've got coming. And so this modest increase suggests what we think we will require for supplies and equipment to make the budget for next year true up. Ballistics panel replacement, just like our law enforcement brothers and sisters, we find ourselves in hostile environments, and that gear has a warranty and certification limit on it, and so we replace that equipment on schedule. Specialty team training, we've been in this 6, 6, and 6 mode, 6 technical rescue technicians, 6 hazmat technicians, and 6 airport rescue firefighters over the last few years. We think that's getting ahead of our attrition rate, and so far we've been predicting that cadence fairly well, and this represents the tuition, equipment, and schooling for those folks. Special events, we spoke a little bit about special events, or we listened to Chief LeDuc. This increase trues up our expenses to revenues, and similar to the police department, we also bill for reimbursement. There are some what we call our personal events, city events. Thank you. I was fading there. Signature events. Where there's no reimbursement sought, it's put on by the city, but virtually every other event then we look for actual cost recovery. I will be having a conversation with my law enforcement brothers and sisters about making sure that we're matching them in terms of actual billables. I think we're just a little bit behind them in including fringe, and so I'm going to talk to them to make sure we cover fringe as well. Contract increases include all of the technology and services that we utilize currently, everything from our occupational health contract to our CAD contract increases to our technology increases. Getting into our ambulance conversation, phase 2 of our ambulance execution will occur this year. We're on about a year and a half cycle, year to year and a half cycle. January will be the start of phase 2. We will receive 5 new ambulances in October. Those will be equipped in the fall, and then we will be out running calls with those ambulances as well. And I'll get into a little bit more of the analytics of ambulance for you as needed. Information technology and software increases, warehouse. It seems like a small issue, but the acquisition of a warehouse by the fire department after 20 years of existence was a big deal for us last year. We had decentralized all of our logistical support, and I think that was wildly inefficient. To be quite honest, I don't know that our loss control was where it should have been. It was super inefficient when it came to employee time management. And so finding a central location to house all of our equipment and bring technology into that mix, I believe, is going to be a great efficiency in ensuring that the public's dollars are spent wisely. And then back towards some additional ambulance software increases to make sure that we are meeting all of the data and reporting structures, reporting requirements that are required as part of our certificate of necessity. Moving into 490, we have 4 FTEs and some training and equipment that will be part of that proposition. We anticipate executing those hires in a cadence that stays behind the funding. So we will not get over our ski tips when it comes to the anticipated revenues in and the hiring therein. So we'll see the hiring of those FTEs over the course of next fiscal year, not all in the month of July. Hiring and promotions, as you can imagine, we have a budget. It's a nominal budget to conduct our promotional processes, but we have been overspending and, quite frankly, robbing Peter to pay Paul to meet the needs to conduct professional development and promotional opportunities for the folks who are departing. And so that is included in that request. Our academy package includes both software and equipment to make sure that in complement with the physical requirements, that we also have technological requirements that are being met for the academy. And then the resource requirements, our CAD contract with the City of Phoenix. We spend about $2.4 million a year for our dispatch agreement to be in the automatic aid system. It would cost us 10 times that to be out of the automatic aid system and go it alone again. And so this is a expected increase due to the cost of technology increases. Prevention services. We have a nominal adjustment in prevention services. So the history of fire prevention in Scottsdale included the use of sworn personnel in prevention services. Over the course of the last 20 years, and certainly my 15 years, we have been turning more towards an ASRS or a civilian version of prevention services led by sworn staff at the command level staff. This will essentially realign that. We have senior sworn members retiring, and we're going to replace them with civilian ASRS members in areas where we can. And then finally, restaffing of Station 601 is represented in the FTE costs there of $1.4 million. Unfilled positions. This really is best described by the absence of the FTE and the length of time it takes to hire, train, and place on a truck. So we really don't have any vacant positions. The positions that have been open for more than 180 days typically reflect things like pipeline positions or, frankly, the waiting for an academy to be available, and the hiring of, and the vacancy of the position that is left. And so I am quite confident that every one of these total, these open positions will be filled and filled on a regular schedule without much delay. The fact that we now have our own training academy is going to really speed things up, but we are still using regional training academies. So we're going to send 10 folks this May to Glendale because our academy won't be finished in time and we will need to start another group. Questions, and happy to dive a little bit deeper into some of the areas of inquiry, particularly for you, Commissioner Stevens. I hope I knocked a bunch of them out.
We're going to hear from Commissioner Carla first.
Thank you. First, I just want to say how much my part of town really appreciates Eldo Station getting back a second fire engine crew, finally, after all these years. I have a quick question regarding, I think it's in the budget, page C44. You know, and I appreciate the pay-as-you-go approach on 490, but could I just ask for a quick clarification of the difference between your TRT hirings and the fire prevention? Are you pulling in a whole brand-new TRT team this fiscal year? And then how many folks are you going to be able to use for increased fire mitigation?
Commissioner, Chairman Smith and Commissioner Carla, so it's a little bit of a convoluted answer. So think of them in two separate buckets. And so the technical rescue team, the second technical rescue team will be equipped. We have the personnel, so we don't need additional personnel. We'll be equipped and trained. And so we will be ready to stand up that unit once we have that full complement of equipment and training in place. And so, and it's really kind of back to the future. We had 2 TRT teams, and during the downturn in the economy, we leaned out to 1. And so on that issue, there is no new employees for TRT. For the 490 related prevention items, we do have 4 personnel, 3 of which are essentially the funding of already committed sworn members who serve in what we call CAR 6030. And they are the leading edge of the community risk reduction effort, which is all throughout our open spaces of the city. And what they do is they engage not only the citizen themselves, but the business who might be trying to get they're a fire prevention generalist and specialist. And so they engage in home assessments, they engage in permit clearance, they'll do light investigations, there are terrorism liaison officers, they're jacks of all trades. But specifically as it relates to the open spaces, they are the first contact with the customer, the citizen or the business, when it comes to the wildland-urban interface, and they will facilitate that process. The 4th member is essentially Dave Ramirez, who is a part-time emergency management employee, but we're really going to focus on fuel mitigation as a strategy. And if we can gain some ground with 6030 and the wildland fire mitigation positions in that section with 490, I think we can go a long way to preventing fires.
Okay, so Dave comes back to your department?
Well, we'll see. We'll see.
Okay.
He likes to go out in the summers and actually fight fires, so we'll see if it's him.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Let me ask you a question from, when you talk about the ambulances and in the budget, you need another $4.5 million in next year's budget to bring phase 2 of the ambulance program. How much of that is one-time versus how much is ongoing, or will we always? This whole operation of the ambulance is supposed to be a break-even or even make a profit, right?
Commissioner, Chair Smith, absolutely. So we anticipate break-even at about, and I'm talking about capital investments covered and everything, in about the 8th year of operation. 4 years from, so when phase 3 gets fully executed, we should see substantial revenues returning. Where I have some data that I can provide to you. In fact, I've got it on my phone here, which I left at my seat. But we are well ahead of pace when it comes to billing and recovery. The investment, which is not insignificant, those one-time funds for ambulances and supplies and equipment are substantial. We see that investment being covered. It is important to note, however, that two prior councils, when approached with the need to return to this service, you may recall prior to 2005, the city of Scottsdale had its own ambulance service through Rural Metro. The previous councils all identified that they saw this as an operational necessity, and it gets really related to the care of our citizens. But as it relates to the financials, I have every confidence that we'll be well on our way to capital asset recovery in our 4th year to our 8th year without question.
Thank you. Commissioner Stevens.
Oh, yes. Yeah, thank you for answering a lot of what you answered before. So I just want ambulance a little bit and a people thing. You said break even. We show you're going to break even in a couple of years from an operating standpoint. Is that what you said? Did you say break even by 28 or something? Or did you say 8 years? I thought I heard an 8-year thing in there.
Yeah, so what I would say is, and it may be splitting hairs here, so we are well into profitability as it relates to just the straight numbers on billables and receivables by year 4. And that's been my promise to the treasurer for some time because we feel like our pace is set for that. For full cost recovery of the investment of capital assets, I think that's what we're looking between 4 and 8 more years, or between 4 and 8 years since the start.
Okay, because the budget shows that by fiscal 28, you're starting to pay back some of the original
Correct.
losses.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that's good. And then you're adding 44 more people, and you describe 21 of them as ambulance service phase 2, but it says 21 firefighters. Are those 21 people the increase in the ambulance volume? And the reason I ask that is I'm less concerned about people increases when they bring more revenue with them. So are the 21 people that you call firefighters in the book, are those the additional ambulance hires that are then going to turn into extra revenue?
Commissioner Stevens, yes. So we run what's called a sworn model. So we don't run a civilian model. And we did deep analytics on this. Prior to COVID, it really probably was more advantageous, even with the operational challenges that it created, to go with a civilian model. But COVID and the healthcare human resource issue that frankly occurred really blew up the payroll for the private sector when it comes to paramedics, EMTs. So today, currently, the models like Tempe, Gilbert, Mesa, those that use civilian models are finding it almost indecipherable in terms of cost benefit to having a civilian, and then in terms of straight pay and benefits. And then when you consider the cost to retrain, because the civilian employee is far more transient than is the sworn member. So sworn firefighters are here typically for decades, right? And they're very agile in terms of their utility.
Okay, maybe I made that more complicated than I need to. If it would have said 21 paramedics, I probably would have said, oh, I get it. But it said 21 firefighters, and I didn't know if that meant those are the ambulance people, but it sounds like they are.
It does.
That's
yes, it is.
And then for the other increases in people, they're not necessarily bringing revenue with them, but they're positions for new functions or stations that we're not providing service for, so there's no direct revenue to that, but the reality is we're serving an area that's paying other taxes, so it's probably going to the general fund somewhere, is that right? I'm just trying to see if whatever we're at.
Sure, specifically it would be the return of Station 6, of 6012 back to Station 601, so the return of that company. So that's where you're going to add the additional firefighters. And I'll tell you straight up, there's no profitability in the fire service. In the ambulance world, and I believe it was another one of your questions, areas where we can find ourselves more profitable is making sure that our rates are contemporary, that our program and our usages are efficient, and then although our CON doesn't currently provide for it, the use of ambulances for interfacility transports or planned transports is certainly a more profitable journey, but both previous councils and my administration and previous city managers felt like we really needed to focus on the 911 side, which was really what we believe our obligation to the citizens is, and leave the planned transport for the private sector.
Okay, and then the final thing I want to make sure I understood it right. You said for your positions open more than 180 days that you really have people already identified for those positions that are going through various levels of training in order to fill those, so they're not really available for considering termination or not having.
Commissioner Stevens, I may need a little help just to understanding the graph, because I didn't create the graph, but I believe it represents pipeline and open PCNs waiting for firefighters to occupy them, so they're in various states of training.
Okay, thank you.
I think that's all we have for you, Tom. Thank you for your presentation.
You're welcome. Thank you.
We're operating in overtime, so my inclination is to go ahead with the next item, which is the Transportation Fund budget, but I will ask both staff and members here whether they will agree to sit with me for a while. Seeing no one standing to leave, why don't I have someone come talk to us about the Transportation Fund.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I'll be discussing some of the specifics of the Transportation Fund. The intent is to take a sort of a deeper look at some of our key other funds other than the general fund. The 5-year plan for this fund can be found on page B29 of the proposed budget if you're interested in following along. This fund is a special revenue fund, meaning all revenues into this fund must be used for street construction, reconstruction, or maintenance. Could you go to the next slide, please? What you're looking at on this page is a list of revenue sources into the fund. The 3 columns on this slide are the actual revenues for 23-24, the revenues in the adopted fiscal year 24-25 budget, and the revenues in the proposed 25-26 budget. The first major revenue source listed is the 0.2% sales tax, which was approved in 1989. At least 50% of this tax is required to be transferred to the CIP for transportation-related capital projects. We project receiving about $33.6 million from this revenue source in fiscal year 25-26. Next is a highway user tax, frequently referred to as a HURF, or Highway User Revenue Fund. HURF is administered and distributed by the state, and cities and towns receive 27.5% of HURF monies, which are then distributed to cities and towns based on their population. You see that revenues for this source hover in the vicinity of around $19 million for all 3 years in question. Next, interest earnings, about $3 million a year. Local Transportation Assistance Fund, which is from lottery proceeds and distributed through an annual application process. And then we have a small amount of other revenue at the bottom. So calling your attention to the middle column, the adopted 24-25, we originally projected a total of $55.5 million in total revenues, but our most recent forecast estimates that total revenues will come in at around $58 million at the end of this fiscal year, mostly on the back of higher returns of the 0.2% sales tax. Could we go forward? So we just looked at revenues. This shows the Transportation Fund expenditures. Our personnel services is projected to go up. Most of that increase is due to the change in how we fund the Capital Projects Management Group, or CPM group. That change resulted in an additional 10 FTE positions being funded by the Transportation Fund. Contractual services are estimated to increase in large part due to the change in funding for the CPM group, once again, also the ADA Phase 2 contractual services. And I also want to call out that the transfers out CIP line at the bottom is decreasing by about $4.5 million. I'm sorry, that number is incorrect, but the overall, let's see, the transfer out CIP line is decreasing by about $10 million from 24-25 to 25-26. This reflects the amount of money needed to fund the projects that we are proposing. And we are still complying with the requirement to transfer at least 50% of the 0.2% sales tax for capital purposes. Could we go to the next slide? Here's the budget breakdown by expenditure category. You've seen similar breakdowns on the operating budgets for fire and police. The proposed budget has 103.98 FTE positions funded by the Transportation Fund. And the chart on the right shows the breakout by category, about 20% for personnel services, about a third for contractual services, 40% are the transfers out that we talked about. Could we go to the next slide? Here's a breakdown of the change in FTE positions in the Transportation Fund. We have a list of many different functions. I included many that do not have any changes in FTE, simply so that you could see the various functions within the Transportation Fund. You'll see the main changes in CPM Transportation, a proposed change of 10 positions, which is a shift in how we fund that group, the Capital Projects Management Group. Transportation and Streets Administration is a proposed reduction of 1 position, and Street Light Maintenance with a proposed increase of 2 positions, for a total of 11. Could we go to the next slide? Here's a historical overtime paid from the Transportation Fund. It stayed within the range of $150K to $250K each year. For context, the city spent about $16 million on overtime in fiscal year 24-25. Could we go to the next slide? Well, with that, that brings me to the end of the budget-related slides. I'll turn the time over to my colleague, Allison Timke, to take us through the remaining slides about the Transportation Fund.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. Okay, so this slide shows basically a breakdown of the operating items that are funded through the Transportation 0.2% sales tax. We have our Transportation Planning Group. We have our transit operations, which include 3 trolley routes and support, and paratransit. We have our trip reduction program. We have path and trails maintenance, emergency response, Transportation Administration, and median and rights of way. Next slide, please. And then these are the areas that are covered by the HURF, the Highway User Revenue, grading and drainage, street cleaning, asphalt and maintenance, CIP Advanced Planning Program, traffic engineering, ITS, Intelligent Transportation Systems, traffic signals, street light maintenance, signs, and markings. Next slide, please. And then this slide basically shows what some of our key cost drivers are. The first would be additional personnel. Second is inflation, including materials and contracts. Aged infrastructure, and then we also have increased infrastructure whenever we build a new road or multi-use path, or the road has a lot of drainage features. That is all added to our maintenance. So we have drainage infrastructure. We added 25 miles of multi-use path and added 25 miles of unpaved trails. Next slide, please. So these are our budget requests for 25-26. We have a total budget request of $1.685 million, 12 budget packages. The ones that are funded through the Transportation 0.2% sales tax is transit and bus shelter painting. We have several bus shelters throughout the city. We have several transit stops throughout the city, and about 150 of them have some sort of a bus shelter, and those require maintenance and painting. Phase 2 ADA transition plan. This transition plan was recently approved by City Council, and $400,000 of it will be funded through the transportation sales tax. We have 1 new FTE senior project manager that will be funded by the transportation sales tax. And then we have 2 new position requests for an ITS analyst and a management analyst. And these were previously under the capital project management area, and capital project management and transportation and streets have combined to form transportation and infrastructure. And so with that, with going away from paying the project management staff out of projects, project management staff is being paid out of operating now. And since they support not only transportation, they support water and general fund projects, some of the positions are split 32, 33% between those areas. So it's 32% of those 2 positions. And then we do have 1 transfer between funds, and that's for our multi-use path maintenance. It's not eligible to use HERF funding for that, so we're transferring that to the 0.2% sales tax. That's a 0 net budget impact. It's just moving where the funding is coming from. And then under the highway user revenue, we have a new vehicle request for our TMC staff. So our TMC staff, they maintain and oversee all of our traffic signals from our traffic management center up at the North Courtyard, but they also are required to go out on the field to visit intersections as well, and they didn't have a dedicated vehicle for them to use. And then we have a vehicle for our grading and drainage at Union Hills crew. We have a crew that's located at our Union Hills material storage area. And again, same item. The staff did not have a vehicle for their use for city business. And then we have traffic signal and streetlight poles painting. We have over 1,400 traffic signals throughout the city, which obviously require maintenance and painting. Dented pole replacement. We do have several. We have a backlog of several dented poles that need to be replaced or repaired. So this is a contract for that. And then certified lineman contract for streetlight poles. So this is a contract. We have just over 10 streetlight poles that are down on the south side of Shea Boulevard, and because of their location, where they in proximity of high voltage overhead power, our staff is not currently certified. The OSHA certification is required to do that, so this is a contract to go ahead and get those repaired. And then finally, we have 2 FTE ITS signals techs. So again, we have over 140 traffic signals in the city, 1,400 traffic signals in the city, and our ITS group is understaffed. FHWA recommends that each ITS tech is responsible for about 35 signals. Right now, our staff is responsible for 40 or more, so this adds 2 more. It gets them back into alignment with what FHWA recommends for maintaining those. And next slide. And so our operating metrics, so we have 26,000 miles of streets and multi-use paths per year that we operate, that maintain, over 2,800 lane miles of asphalt, over 8,000 drainage assets, which includes bridges, culverts, channels. We have 235 bridges, over 37 miles of unpaved roads, traffic control, 306 signalized intersections, and 14 hawk crossings. And then traffic signal maintenance, 1,800 smart devices, and then streetlights, we have over 14,000 streetlights. Next slide, please. And that concludes my presentation, if you have any questions.
Congratulations to both of you. We're going to send everybody else to speaking class so they can get through the slides faster. Stick with that previous slide we were looking at just before that. When we talk about our PCI index in the city, are we talking about the condition of the 26,000 miles of streets, or is that street lanes, or what is that number?
Yes, that's correct. 26,000 miles of pavement.
But the 26,000, is that lane miles or street miles?
Is that lane miles or street miles?
Well, if no one knows, it doesn't
Okay,
matter.
we'll find out for you.
Someone's rushing with an answer.
Yeah, that's going to be lane miles. 26,000, that's going to be lane miles.
And the next line down, the 2,800 lane miles that we've done asphalt, is that just what we have done this year? I mean, we have many more than 2,800 lane miles of stuff that's covered with asphalt, I assume. So is this just the current program?
I believe that's going to be what we've done recently. So either the last year or the last couple of years in our pavement program.
We've talked before about, and I won't go into it anymore, but we've talked about the PCI index in the past. And I think it would be informative for us to know how many lane miles we have of streets that are in this composite measure of the PCI. And maybe even know that, you know, of the total lane miles, how many are in the top rank and how many are in the middle rank, how many are in the lower rank. The point being, when we talk about a PCI index, it is an average for the whole city. And while some streets and lanes are going to be brand spanking new and rate 100, others are going to be in pretty terrible condition and rank in the 30s and 40s or whatever the rate might be. So as we develop that metric to be more fully informative of how we're accomplishing the street maintenance, let's try to have it in quadrants or thirds or whatever. So, City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just respond to that you're spot on. We're just finishing up a study now. Should be completed within the month by an outside third party that takes every single street, quite frankly, and gives it one of the index numbers. And then we have a grouping which falls in the, I'll call it excellent, and then it goes on down from there to the good, the fair, the poor, et cetera. We will utilize that to develop a 5-year plan to address really where we have the failing or decreasing PCI. And as referenced a couple times earlier through the conversation, pleased that we have significant dollars through a reallocation planned for next year, over $40 million. And as we develop the 5-year plan, more to come on how we specifically address that. Thank you.
Thank you. And the only other comment I'll make, and it's just a comment, but so that people understand, your fourth line down reminds everybody that we do have in this flat city of ours 235 bridges that we maintain. Sometimes that number is astonishing to people. Commissioner Stevens, you have comments?
Yeah, just a couple. I just want to understand what this fund encompasses and see if I'm right. It sounds like it encompasses a lot of the routine maintenance on infrastructure throughout the streets to keep lights on and working okay, but then it also includes some of the design, engineering, and project management for like the $260 million of what's going to be in CIP next year. Is that right, that that's the two things it does?
That's correct. So we do have transportation planning staff, the transit staff, traffic engineering staff, and then obviously all the street maintenance and operations that we discussed, but then also moving our project management staff to operating. A portion of our project management staff will be funded by the transportation fund, whereas some of the project management staff will be funded by the water fund, and other project management staff will be funded by the general fund. So yes, a portion of the project management staff will be
You're
funded.
going to have all the cost here, but you might have some transfer in reimbursement for the way the other funds are providing funding?
You would see those in the other funds.
Oh, okay, so the cost will be in the other funds.
Correct.
Okay, and then the other thing was, when I look at your page for the B29 page, you start with a fund balance going into this year of about $35 million, and it goes to virtually nothing about 3 years later, so you're drawing down $4.5 million next year, then 13, then 8. So what's going on there as far as what needs? Is there a problem 3 years from now, or what's the nature of why CIP contributions are so high, and you eliminate $34 million of fund balance, but then you appear like you're break even after that?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Stevens, I'll chime in and try to answer that. We currently foresee higher capital improvement plan contributions in years 2 and 3 of the 5-year plan with the current portfolio of projects that we're working on. And then we will need to bring that back down to keep the fund in balance. So that's what is currently contemplated within the 5-year plan.
Okay, so the point is that we're taking away $35 million of reserves we have right now, and so we need to hope that once we do this, we can live with the lower level of improvements in the future, or lower level of contributions to improvements in the future. I'm just pointing out that you're taking $35 million of fund balance away over the next few years, and so I'm always worried about the structural balance part, and I know you guys look at it.
Yes, so Commissioner Stevens, if you look at page B29, and if you look at the revenues for the 5 years go from 57 million to 61.8 million. And if you look at the operating budget goes from 37 million to 42 million. So from an operation standpoint, the revenues sufficiently cover the operations, and we don't have a structural deficit for that. So we can continue to fund the capital at a 20 million level, and to your point, we will then have to assess at that point whether 20 million is sufficient for capital.
Okay, and that was my only point, though, because you're going to have to significantly drop the contribution rate for funding capital projects in a few years.
By 10 million, yes. So
Yeah,
going
by
from
about 10 million,
about
10 million a year.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
I see no other comments or questions from commissioners, so maybe we're done with this topic. The next item on our agenda was put on at the last minute. It is talk about the logistics related to our joint meeting with the City Council, which is scheduled for April 22, and perhaps equally important, how this plays into our meeting amongst ourselves on April 11 to collectively get our thoughts together. I don't really know what was anticipated here other than a discussion. I think I'll use this time to reiterate to any of you that have not yet responded to Sherry Scott with some of your thoughts or issues on that we might bring to council. I urge you to do so. And I think these will be for the 11th, somehow assembled into slides that capture the essence of the various issues you've raised. I will try to guide us through deliberation of those topics, and do we agree on item 1, disagree on 2, mixed on 3, and so on, so that we can come away with a consensus of what our Commission's position is on the topics that have been raised. And from those consensus positions, then we'll draft them up into some kind of a report to the City Council. I know that's not very precise, but we're kind of in uncharted waters here. But what we do need initially is input from each of you in terms of things that you think should be considered in a report to Council. But I open it to discussion from any of you if you want to comment, yes, no, or maybe, or just wait and see how this plays out. Commissioner Stevens, you seem to have a comment on everything.
Yeah, I do. Maybe it's because I went through this before in San Diego in an easier format in order to discuss things. I guess what I was hoping, the city attorney all sent us a model saying, here's all these categories I want you to provide comments for. And what I did was I did a draft of a report with an intro explaining what we did and the limitations there, and then proposed that we would go into those, and I included my comments for her to look at, and I copied Chairman Smith with it. I was kind of hoping that she would write the report in a fashion that she corrects whatever we did. So it actually was a report that said the commission was appointed, here's what they charged to do, here's what they were able to look at, here's the limitations on what they did. So it provided a little bit more of a scope of what we did or didn't do. And then it went into the recommendations, and then we could read that report. And then as we went through each of our recommendations that were included there, we could then either suggest edits to it or simply say yes or no, include it. And then the thing that I guess I'd like your input on, do we just include the ones where there's a majority consensus, or do you even put in there the majority ones unanimous, 6-1, 5-2, 4-3? So that was my desire. Otherwise, what you alluded to could just be like the agenda we were handed out earlier says. You could just have each topic, you can throw up the comments there and we could talk about each one that way. I did kind of like the idea of a report if we could all agree on what the words would be. But if you don't feel that strongly about it, we can just simply go with straight recommendations by topic. So you just please share your thoughts. And
it's true, I did get a draft of a report that Commissioner Stevens prepared. and I think it's fine. It's kind of an introduction of how we were formed and our mission and our the meetings we had and the topics we covered and so on. Following those introductory background comments, I thought we would then proceed into reporting out the findings that that we glean on the 11th, and the 11th in turn will be driven by some of the issues that you have submitted to Sherry Scott, and somebody there will have put them into a little slide and we'll vote on them. Whether we report out every item, certainly we'll report out every consensus item, meaning if we have a majority or more, perhaps the total commission making a comment, we'll report on that. Whether we go into some of the minor items that, you know, maybe it's a hot button for one person but not for the other 6, I don't necessarily think we'll be reporting on that. But again, those will be the kinds of food for discussion, I think, on the 11th. But that's Commissioner Carla, you have a comment too?
Yes, thank you. I guess, and I know that Ms. Andrews wanted to say something, and she can perhaps give us guidance also about what she's thinking about. My number one request is that we get a draft and enough time to study it before Friday. I think that's real important. I have no problem with the report because I think that sets the stage, but I don't think the final report is absolutely necessary to be approved Friday, because based on what recommendations we give, it may have to be massaged a bit. And then the other thing I would like to add to your report at the end is parking lot items, to let the council know that we think this is important, like the discussion about a 1-year versus 5-year, you know, but there's not the time, it's not feasible to come to a resolution on that right now. So I think we should, because we have a lot of things that we've all agreed that we need to look at it, but it's not feasible within this time frame. So I think that needs to be added to it. And then my opinion on the votes, reporting the votes, I think that's important to do, you know, what the numbers are on the votes. And, you know, not just send forward what's unanimous. If something's a 4-3, it's a 4-3, but it might be worth sharing with the council. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Carlin. I think to your comment on parking lot items, which is a euphemism for things to be done in the future, we don't have time to do them right now. That will be part of the report, or should be part of the report. We'll be saying to the council on some particular item, maybe we have a recommendation, but our real recommendation is to pause and wait until we study this over the summer or the fall or for the next budget year or whatever the statement might be. Anybody else have any comments on this?
Can we hear from Ms. Andrews, please?
I beg your pardon?
Can we hear from Ms. Andrews, please?
Only if she pushes the button, which she did.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. In addition to the discussion that you have had about this item 5A, logistics related to April 22nd council meeting presentation, there was actually 3 items we wanted the commission to discuss and potentially approve today. And one is the manner in which this April 22nd meeting is to be conducted. For the purpose of the clerk's structuring of this meeting, it can either be a joint meeting where basically it's a joint meeting, or it could be more of a presentation from 1 or 2 representatives of the commission to the council. And the city manager and city attorney and I and the city clerk spoke about this, and we would recommend the commission consider a more presentation style. So once the commission determines the recommendations, develops the report, the entire commission can be at this joint meeting, but it would be more of a commission presentation to the council, and the commission would then vote on and select, you know, 1, 2, or 3 representative to then present the report and recommendations to council, rather than a meeting of 14 individuals. So we wanted the commission to consider that, discuss that, and provide direction to staff as to how the commission would like the April 22nd meeting to be. The second thing we would like the commission to consider is the draft agenda for Friday, April 11th, that should be handed out to you. And this is the draft agenda for you to consider how you would conduct the meeting on Friday, whether you wanted to go through these specific items in this order and have the commission discuss the recommendations in this order. And I think the third thing that the city attorney would like, this is actually the city attorney's item, but she's unfortunately not here, so I'm trying to fill in for her. And the third item that the city attorney would like the commission to consider is if the commission would like to do a presentation style and do a presentation to the council to discuss who the representatives should be from the commission to do that. So those were the 3 items we wanted the commission to talk about.
Well, let me throw in my 2 cents, and then I'll invite a comment from the others. I envision that our meeting with the council will be a presentation meeting. I do not see it that they will be voting, if you say, or if you choose, on the items that we present. You know, we may say that you need to move the PCI index, like we just talked, need to move the PCI index up over time. That's not something they vote on. I mean, this is just our report, our findings, and we will report on our findings, but I don't see it as a food fight, if you will, where 14 people sit around and comment on each individual item. It is just our report to the council, and if they want to respond, I suppose they can, and the mayor can, you know, use the response button to have questions of clarification or whatever from them. But it is just that, in my mind, a presentation. As to who will do it, I mean, I'll probably do the initial how do you do's and whatever to introduce our commission and to maybe make some preamble comments about the items. But I may turn to any individual member who will be, I assume, intimately familiar with the topic and say, you know, Commissioner, so on and so forth, why don't you present what our findings were on the topic heading. And as you said, the city attorney in her letter sent out some sort of topical groupings for things. Maybe there's a last item that's miscellaneous, who knows, but just a catch-all for other things. But I visualize that they will have, as with any agenda item that they look at, they'll have some kind of a write-up that gives them the written comments, the written conclusions, beginning with the kind of thing that Commissioner Stevens referred to, how we were founded, what we found, and what we need to do in the future, call them parking lot or whatever. So, I mean, you'd actually need a name associated with each topic or something for this agenda on the 22nd, or can it be that ambiguous that we'll be there? And
I think what we were looking for the city clerk and city attorney was a consensus from the commission that that you would like to have a presentation style versus a joint meeting style, to have a consensus on the agenda for the April 11th that we've drafted for you, and to have, and maybe that doesn't need to be determined at this meeting, but as sort of a consensus amongst the commission as to who you would like to present the recommendation to the council.
Well, let me take your questions piecemeal. First of all, do we as a commission see this as a, whatever you call it, presentation style to the council? And I think the critical question there that you're asking is, do we expect the council to vote on anything? And we do not expect them to vote on anything. But am I phrasing the question right before I poll my fellow commissioners here?
Mr. Chair, if I can assist, and the reason for the inquiry today is we're beginning to prepare the agenda for April 22nd that will be published for City Council this Friday. So in preparation for the printing of the April 22nd, we wanted to, I would call it, revisit this discussion. So I would start off to your suggestion, is it a joint meeting or a presentation? And we've had various dialogues in that regard, and so that's what we would, and I think we can do the additional elements once that decision has been made.
So maybe the question is whether we're going to have 14 people sitting around talking across the table at one another, or are we going to have somebody at the podium walking through some slides that are the cumulative conclusions, or maybe several someones. So again, I'll phrase for consideration of my fellow commissioners, I do not see it as 14 people having a dialogue across the table. I do see it as us presenting with a slideshow, whatever you want to call it, the conclusion of our recommendations. I would like to see it open as, to be done by Chair Smith and other members as he may delegate, because I really don't, I'm not the most interested party on some of the issues, and other people are. But besides that, I'd like anybody that wants to talk about something, I'd like to give them the chance to do so. But then I would see us all as available, whoever ones can be there that night, all available to answer questions that the council may have once we've finished our presentation. Does that sound like a plan? Or I'm not talking about what we do on the 11th, that's just on the 22nd.
That makes sense to me. It looks like one of your colleagues maybe has some thoughts, but I tracked that. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, let me take some comments from the my fellow members, beginning with Vice Chair Swiker.
Yeah, I would go along with the presentation. I actually personally think it would be a more productive meeting if it was the 14 people trading ideas back and forth, but I understand that that's not a real efficient use of time and everything, so I do agree with the chairman that we should probably do a presentation. But I do think the flexibility should be there for the council to ask whatever questions they want, and then whoever actually knows the most about that on our side should be able to answer.
Commissioner Carla?
Yes, what I was going to suggest is similar to what Vice Chair Swikert said, because before, like when we did the Protect and Preserve, because this is billed as a work study. It's not council sitting up here and simply listening to a presentation and then talking amongst themselves or just accepting or rejecting. It's supposed to be a work study. And before, they've done the council at a table up there, and then a table where you have the chair and vice chair sitting there, but you have an additional open chair. And then either the chair, our chair, Smith, recognizes and asks a specific commission member to come up and address a recommendation because it's their recommendation and they know most about it. Or if a council person has a direct question regarding an item, then they can ask a member to come up and speak other than the chair or vice chair. So it's a hybrid, and it's an actual work study, not just a, okay, here's everything we did, and then the council, talks among themselves, and there's no, reciprocity there. And that's what I'm suggesting. And I think in a way to select, members to speak is premature before we know what the recommendations are. So that's my 2 cents.
Commissioner Stevens?
Yeah, One little thing I'm concerned about is we've got a meeting on April 10th where we'll get our final presentation. At that point, I'll have my final recommendations. Can't get them into the April 11th meeting. So I don't know that this April 11th meeting timing works right, or if we aren't going to need a separate meeting to kind of go over some of the comments. So I'll just make you aware of that, because it sounds like whatever comments I get in after today are the only ones that could possibly make it into that agenda. More importantly to your question, I understand what you're saying. So it'll be a city council meeting. We'll have representatives making a presentation, and then if you need to vote on something, they can vote to accept it or not accept it, I guess, or to request additional information. And then the final thing would be, I really like the idea of a report, and if we all gave our comments to the city attorney and we got a report to read before the meeting, that would help us see every bit of what everyone's comments were in advance. And then at the meeting, don't know that you need to put every comment up, but we could then go comment by comment. If that's too burdensome, then she can do whatever she wants with the comments that I've sent her, and we can just go through it comment by comment. So what did that do? How do I bring this together for you? And that means we'd have to put a presentation together, I guess, too. And if you're looking for someone to do it, I already did it once. I suppose if you want someone to do it, I'll give you a draft. I sure would like to do it and then send it out to the group beforehand, but we can't do that, right? Okay, so with that, there's my ideas.
City Manager, you want to chime in here?
Thank you, sir. I was just, Commissioner Stevens made a good point there that we probably should have preferenced our conversation with. That I think the presentation suggestion was based upon us developing a report. So it was your report, the collective report. And so it seemed as though there was certain consensus or a movement in that direction, and so that kind of lended itself to the presentation. So said another way, we concur with the concept of a report. The mechanics of how that gets done we're still working out, but from a staff perspective, we appreciate that approach.
Isn't the current thinking, though, that she was going to get all our comments, accumulate them all, and that would be, in substance, the report, the draft of the report we developed upon which we would then confer? Because I did send her a copy of even with my other words, and I don't know what she's going to do with it. She might come back with something that's more similar to the outline. I mean, whatever she comes back with is what she comes back with, but I do believe it's our report, and I believe you all have the right to decide what that report should look like. But the most important thing will be dealing with the comments, I guess, on Friday. So however she wants to deal with that, we'll see.
Let me, you raised the question, Commissioner Stevens, about how do we have a meeting on the 10th and then debate some of the comments on the 11th. I think that's just the reality of the schedule that we have. I mean, if we were going to meet tomorrow, I would quickly scribble out the comments that I have from today, and those will go into the deliberations. I don't think the agenda for the 11th has to spell out every single thing we're going to talk about. But I mean, we're going to have a caption there that says comments about the operating budget, and I don't see any way to flesh out greater detail than that, because we're only hearing half of the items today and the other half on the 10th. Is that a problem in somebody's mind to be that ambiguous as to what we're going to be talking about on the 11th? Hearing no comments. Let's have Commissioner Seitz talk for a minute about what her thoughts are. Pull the microphone down a little closer to you.
Am I okay? I'm trying to understand. There's two parts here. There's the April 11 agenda, and I see a draft, and I want to understand these recommendations are about the new budget and or about things we might talk about after this budget's approved and concerns or issues we might have that we want to pursue later. So the and/or is my question. Are we limited to the recommendations of the current budget on the 11th? And that becomes a report that goes into April 22nd. Where do we talk about things that we want to look at during the summer and next year for improvements in the budget in the next year?
Commissioner Slides, I don't think you're limited to the recommendations for just the 25-26 budget. The ordinance that establishes the commission does provide the duties of the commission to review the 25-26 budget. But if all of you have recommendations for additional items beyond the 25-26 budget, you can include them as recommendations too, and in the report to council.
Thank you. Then those issues or concerns or recommendations are to be sent to Ms. Scott to include on the 11th or on the 22nd or on both?
Yes, I believe she intends to gather all the recommendations and have that be shared with the whole commission on the 11th.
That is my understanding as well. And to your point, Commissioner Seitz, about the items beyond the budget, use the same term that Commissioner Carla was using. Those are kind of parking lot items. Those are things that we think they've struck us as important items to address. Not enough time to do it by the 22nd, but we, and essentially we're either letting the council know we'll be studying those in the months to come, or maybe we're asking for their direction. Either way, but we will have parking lot items on there. Commissioner Newman.
It seems that we haven't really had time to synthesize what we've heard here. We all have ideas, and we're submitting some things by ourselves to Sherry. And so it seems like on Friday we will have our first look, comprehensive look at that to synthesize that. I think from that meeting on the 11th, the goal would be to say, what are some things we want to talk to council about? And there'll be some things that get parking lotted. And then in that discussion on the 22nd, I don't see where there would be time to further synthesize that, boil it into a report, as Commissioner Stevens would like to have. As a practical matter, I think it's a dialogue with the council, and I think as we get further into our work going into next year, I think the goal should be a fully synthesized report. And then, but I think the dialogue and the discussion is good always, because there's a chance for people to level set and understand. And really, one of our key goals here is to advise and guide council thinking on some of the more important issues. We've gone deeper than they'll have time to go into on the budget, and kind of a little bit devoid of the politics of the situation. And so it's an opportunity for us to advise on that, on what's important in the midst of all the noise that will happen around approving a budget. And to me, I think that's doable on the 11th and the 22nd, but beyond that, it becomes more difficult to do in the time we have, and given the time that we've had to kind of learn and understand what the key issues are. Thank you.
Vice Chair Swiker.
I believe
Commissioner Stevens, you're in front of everyone.
Oh, yeah. All I was going to say, I have some recommendations that are like parking lot items. I simply said, I recommend that consideration be given to. I put it in there because that's a reminder that, hey, this might be something I want to look into later. So that's a way to do that if you want. And then the other thing I guess I'd ask, I'd like staff to let me know by what time Thursday do you need comments, so that I can get them to you, so that I can see something Friday morning, so I can at least look at all of their comments and have a clue before I walk into the meeting cold, if that's the plan. Or so otherwise, let me know what your plan is, because it would be better if we didn't see everyone's comments cold. But if that's the way you're going to do it, then that's the way you're going to do it.
Let me get a comment from Vice Chair Swiker while they're commenting, or while they're contemplating.
Yeah, and I really think, you know, because of our charter, we need to opine on this budget, but realistically, as an elected, I've been through 4 of these budgets. You know, we got into this so late that by the time we have that meeting with them on the 22nd, they pretty much know the budget they're going to adopt for next year. So our real value in this whole endeavor that we're doing are those parking lot items, the future things that we can help guide future councils into how to make the best decisions, how to make sure they get the best estimates in, all the things that we think that there was room for improvement on. So I'm really most interested in that part of it, because really, we didn't have time to really get into these budgets enough to be looking at, yeah, this is a good project, this isn't a good project. I mean, that's a policy decision for a council to make. We're just advisory, and you know, they have to make those tough decisions. Let them do it. We're here for what's good for the city for the future, and I think that's what we can best have our impact on.
Commissioner Carla.
Thank you. How about in an effort to, like, you know, move this baby along, what if we just say everybody has to have the recommendations / comments they want discussed on Friday in to staff by end of business tomorrow, Tuesday. And then she can hopefully get them out to us to review at least a day ahead of time so we can actually think about them. And this can include what comments we want in the report, which again, I think is a good idea. And let's just fish or cut bait here, folks, you know? Let's put a deadline on it, let's get it in, and then let's get it out in enough time to read it ahead of time and actually think about it so we're not having 5-hour discussions over 10 recommendations because we didn't have time to really think about it. That's where I am. Thank you.
Well, and the only thing that would be missing from your laundry list would be whatever we may think about the presentations that we have on Thursday, the 10th.
Honestly, none of them are brand new.
I beg your pardon?
We've discussed them before. It's almost a rehashing of things that were kind of hot button topics. So again, this is a bright group. I think we know what we're concerned about the things we're going to hear on Thursday. Thank you.
The declaration that this is a bright group seems like an appropriate point to adjourn the meeting. Actually, I can't adjourn. I still have item 6. Does anyone else have anything to say on the logistics? I see the staff huddling at the table over there. I'll let them finish their internal deliberations. And the answer is?
Mr. Chair, we were just conferring that the commission is on the right track, and we look forward to supporting you in the next meeting.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Stevens, are you
Yeah, I didn't hear the last part of that comment, but we've heard from everyone with the city attorney, so is she the one that's going to be getting this together? I'm sorry, I didn't hear your final comment there that everyone laughed at. It sounded like it was important, but otherwise, are we going down a path? I'd like to go on path. We'll get your comments by whatever, and then we get a report by a certain point. So tell us what you're planning.
Chair Smith and Commissioner Stevens, my apologies. I had to step away. We had a bit of an emergency we were working on. But if I understand what's happened correctly, not hearing all of your discussion, we will try to have a draft agenda prepared, which will include the supplemental material that you've submitted that we can provide to the commission and post for the public. So you can have a better idea of what's being proposed. prior to your, and I think we can do that for the Thursday meeting. And you can have a preliminary look at that before your April 11th meeting as well. So I think that's how it's going to come together. We'll have to submit it to the Budget Review Commission as part of a draft agenda that the Budget Review Commission can look at prior to your April 11th meeting. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so we just need to know from you, when do you want if you get your comments by the end of business Tuesday, does that give you enough time to get something in our hands, Thursday morning, so we can look at it before Friday? I mean, tell us that timetable.
We should post it 24 hours in advance. And you should give us an extra 24 hours to get all of that done. So we need it 48 hours before your actual meeting on Thursday, to the extent that you can do that for us.
Before but it's Friday is the meeting we're going to act on this. So if we got it to you by the end of tomorrow, then you would have Wednesday, I guess you'd have Wednesday and Thursday to work on it, then we'd get it sometime Thursday evening. I don't know, what do you all want? Do you want it by noon tomorrow?
Tuesday at 5.
I'm not having anybody here as excited about this as you are, Mark, so.
Chairman, can I just say this? We know you're on a condensed schedule. We know that we may not get all of your comments prior to having to post the agendas. Do the best you can to get it to us as soon as you can so that we can get the information posted for the public and out to the Budget Review Commission. And we'll make sure that the item on the 11th maintains flexibility. So if you have a comment or something that you want to add that didn't make the agenda that was posted, you'll be able to do that. So we'll work with you as best we can.
Okay.
And I think that's what we need, is flexibility to add items on the 11th if they've come up, and nobody's going to be excluded from making a comment. Your item may not go forward if nobody agrees with you. I can't predict that, but at least we'll have the opportunity to introduce new items under the general topical headings on Friday.
The final thing I was going to add, the email you sent out was pretty clear. It was similar to this agenda here, and you had the way you wanted it. You may want to send that out again for everyone to follow unless you all have it, but she sent out a perfect email a week or so ago saying, here, give me your comments in these kind of categories, and it follows what's on this agenda. Okay, with that, I move that the meeting be adjourned.
Well, actually, you can't do that because I still have a comment from Commissioner Seitz.
Thank you. I'm just curious about us all sending you things, and will they be combined or edited? I mean, there's probably going to be redundancy, maybe. Do you follow my question?
Yes, again, Sherry Scott from the Legal Department, Chairman Smith and Commissioner Seitz. I don't think staff is going to take the liberty of working to combine what the commissioners have stated. You won't yet have seen what other commissioners have stated. You may change your mind when you hear the discussion. I think the point of the April 11th meeting will be to go through some of those thoughts, discuss it, and then take a motion and see what the commissioners have consensus on. And then once that process is done, the commission will need to finally appoint who it is, which representative of the commission, and if it's more than one, it's more than one. The commission is comfortable with delegating the responsibility to finalize the report based on all of the motions the commission has passed. So you'll designate, in my mind, 1 or 2 members of this commission to work with staff to finalize the report based on all of the motions you have taken, and that's what will be submitted to the council.
Seeing no further discussion on this item, we've brought it into clarity, and I think it's absolutely clear what we're going to do. We're going to do something. Item 6 in the agenda is the opportunity to identify and approve any possible future agenda items. Hopefully no one has any agenda items to put on there, but, Commissioner Carla, do you have a comment or agenda?
Commissioner Newman and I would like to ask the rest of our commissioners to entertain having a very brief item added to Thursday's agenda, either with item number 2 regarding the preserve or right before it, because we wanted to share some research that has been done, and we think it would help expedite the preserve discussion at that meeting.
And I concur in terms of doing that. We've worked together to understand the wildlife crossing project further. We've worked with city staff and have come up with what I think is a reasonable proposal to understand the facts around that, because there's strong opinions on both ends of the spectrum around this. And so this is where we can add some logic and data and support by defining that in a proper way and then coming forward with that. So that's what we want to do as a part of that, and I think that it's relevant to the discussion on Thursday.
Well, we don't discuss the item here, but if one or the other of you can put it in the form of writing as a motion, I'm happy to solicit a vote on it.
Yeah. I move that we add an item to the agenda for the Thursday, April 10th meeting, either right before or as part of the preserve agenda item, to share research on the Rio Verde crossing project.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. All in favor, press your button, yes, no, or maybe. And with a 4-3 vote, it will be agendized as recited. Three commissioners voting no: Commissioner Ransco, Vice Chair Stevens, Commissioner Stevens, and myself voting no, the other 4 voting yes, and it will be agendized.
Chair, may I just ask a clarifying question? I just want to make sure I understand. So that agenda item is for discussion only? Discussion only. Thank you.
And now I believe I can entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved. So moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, press the button for yes, and we're out of here. Thank you all very much. Thank you, particularly staff, for being here.